Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Budget Finance Committee session. First thing we'll do is do a roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Here.
Councilor Calorio,
Here.
Councilor Agia,
Here.
Councilor King, Councilor Merrill Carlson,
Here.
Councilor Nguyen,
Here.
Councilor Rivera,
Here.
Councilor Rose,
Here.
Councilor Russell,
Here.
Councilor Toomey,
Here.
and Mayor Petty.
Here. Okay, we're going to start with so it's public safety in schools for tonight in the budget. There's a graduation at 6, so the superintendent, even though she's going to be on first, I didn't think it was going to be enough time, so she'll come in about 7:30. We'll try to time it. Then, so we'll do emergency communications first. Then we're going to do an arm wrestle, who's up second? No, between the two chiefs. Then we'll do police. Then if police go quickly, we'll jump into fire, but if police doesn't, we'll jump into schools, then fire, okay? Depending on- Okay, so, Mr. McGurthy, you don't want to do before we do that, approval of the minutes? Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King, Councilor Merrill Carlson,
Yeah.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Rose,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Mr. McGurthy, do you want to introduce everybody and?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next department is Emergency Communications, as you mentioned, represented by Director Charles Goodwin. The recommended appropriation for Emergency Communications is $3.3 million. That is a decrease of approximately 5.6% over FY23. That decrease is a result of multiple factors, a prior year reduction of positions, that allowed for an extended workday for certain staff, as well as increased grant funding, which offset some of that reduction, or assisted with some of that reduction, and then COLA and other step increases related. So total number of positions for the department is 69, which is a decrease of 7 positions from FY23.
Okay, so open up for questions. Let's go quick one. Regarding the personnel, can you maybe give us an update where we are with personnel? Are we full? Are we still got open positions? Or
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. We have 34 full-time staff members and an additional 5 in training. So right now, once those 5 in training have completed, we still have 11 positions open. But that's down from what we had close to 20 to 25 positions just 6 to 8 months ago.
yeah, I remember. Yeah.
So we've made some significant improvements, and out of all the departments throughout the state, comparable cities were at the top as far as the least amount of openings.
Is that right?
A number of the other cities are, there was just a recent article in the Boston Globe in Boston and Cambridge have significantly higher attrition rates right now than we do.
What do you attribute that to? Is it the pressure of the job? Is it funding or salary or?
I mean, it's a combination of a number of things.
Yeah.
The job itself is very difficult, and one of the key issues we often have with recruiting is not necessarily actually recruiting people in, but retaining them through the training until they complete successfully the training. Typically, about halfway through the training, when we finished call taking and moved to radios, a lot of people struggle with the multitasking and communicating with the different departments, and they either choose to leave because they realize that maybe the job is not for them, or we end up working with them to try to find another position, either in the department or throughout the city or in another community that might be a little slower, that they might be able to maintain their job there.
Now, who do we have partnerships with at 911 Communications? What towns, surrounding towns?
So right now, we are regionalized with the town of Leicester. However, we have been in talks with a few other towns that
Okay,
are looking and exploring at potentially joining us as well.
okay, good. Okay, anybody else for questions? Councilor Nguyen?
Thank you. Through the chair, I know in the beginning of this year, Commissioner Goodwin, you mentioned having a few warming and cooling center, climate centers, however you want to call them, in line to be, signed for with an MOU. I don't think our council floor has received a report on that or anything like that. And so could you give us an update on that?
Through the chair to the counselor, we are still working diligently with some of those locations, including some of the colleges and universities in the city. We've been working on new agreements with them to include making sure that we had included within the MOA some of their concerns. So we've actually been going back and forth working with legal, and we're still in talks and working through some of the MOAs with some of those locations. I hope that we are able to have some agreements in place by the summer, but working back and forth between their legal department and our legal department has been a bit time-consuming, just making sure that we've covered all the bases, and not only are we including everything the city needs, but also what those locations are looking for within the agreement, so that way we could move forward successfully and then try to duplicate those efforts with other locations in the city.
Gotcha. So we haven't had any online or added ever since.
No new locations added. We have renewed 2 locations, including some of our city locations that we utilize. However, some of the locations that we were looking at adding that were not utilized before have been the ones that we've been going back and forth with, including some of the universities, that we want to make sure that we include in the MOA some of their concerns and address some of those before we sit down and complete making signatures on them.
Mr. Manager, do you want to add on to that?
Yeah, I just want to add to that. I think there might be some confusion, or maybe there's not, but I just want to clarify a couple of things. When we look at warming and cooling stations, they're activated during emergency purposes. It's not a all year round aspect. It's activated. Currently, right now, we have partnerships, and we submitted a memo that articulated that to the council and a bunch of other programs that the department does in identifying the senior center, the library, as part of those warming and cooling stations when the weathers are, either too cold or too hot, and then also the ongoing relationships with some of the partnerships in the schools. And I think some of the challenges, sometimes it comes down to insurance policies, and it comes down to logistics that the agreements may not work. But we're still at the table trying to figure out other avenues in which we can expand upon these warming and cooling stations.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think the other thing I wanted to ask in regards to, just during the Arctic freeze, I think y'all did such a good job with having overnight temporary shelters, however you want to call them. And so I was wondering if there's going to be kind of more of that we could be anticipating, or funding that's actually allocated to doing something like that, because I think that was very life-saving. And so just wanted to know if, moving forward, is that something we are looking into doing?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, it's not something that we're not looking at. It's something that this year was a first. We've never done that before. And in fact, we were one of only a small amount of communities that did that during that particular cold event. However, it's something that we could look at and would look at in the future when it comes to weather events. But right now, what we're trying to do is build a baseline for when we would activate. So recently, we spent some time with the National Weather Service at their headquarters in Norton, trying to determine what different criteria should be looked at to make sure that we're also activating them at the best times, that we're including or considering all of the different factors, in addition to just, high or low temperature, but, wind changes, air quality changes, and a number of other things. So we're going to continue working through this early summer with the National Weather Service to try to come up with those key pieces of criteria, and then we'll start looking again at where we go for the summer and into the winter. But if we were to have another event similar to that, we would look at a plan just like we did this year. Yeah. The goal is to keep everybody safe, and that was one of the most dangerous cold events that we've had in a long, long time. And again, the importance there is to maintain and keep people safe and off the street during an event like that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Goodwin, and thank you to the admin for, I think the way that we've been dealing with emergencies have been, really amazing. I hope we keep moving in that direction.
Thank you. Council Toomey?
Thank you very much. I just want to commend you and your team and all of the members of the department for really doing a great job and changing over the whole process of going to a different shift and really addressing those impacts and also finding a way to increase your employees. That's great. And keep up the good work on that. I did have two questions. One is I noticed that the maintenance system software budget decreased $39,731. What was the rationale for that?
Is it a decrease? Through the chair to the counselor, so overall, it was a reallocation as we moved some of the funds to different locations in there, but we also had to account for some of the new software, different pieces of software that we started using, including some of the software in 311.
Okay.
But some of the other software that we utilized in the past, we either decreased or some of it is grant funded as well now.
Okay. So speaking of grant funding, that's my second question. I noticed that it seems to be we didn't get grant funding from a number of sources.
Through the chair to the counselor, yes. So our primary funding through State 911 is a fairly significant amount, but we also get some funding through UMass and WRTA. And then depending on the time of the year and what's available for funding, we also do get some FEMA funding for emergency management planning grants and funding towards our CERT team. But over the last year, one of the more significant increases was our support and incentive grant as we lobbied to try to increase that in order to account for the increases in hourly wages for all of the telecommunicators as a way to work towards being above and beyond comparable with some of the agencies around here. And we combined that with the 12-hour shifts and some of the other changes in there to try to improve the work-home life environment and the work environment as a whole.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
What's that? Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman,
Bergman? Councilor Bergman, you'll be next after this. Okay.
if he wants to go
No, it's
on.
all right. Go.
Okay. I just have one question here, Mr. Chairman, maybe through you to, I'm sure it would be Mr. McGurthy. In regards to the health insurance, I'm just curious how the number can be the same as it was last year going forward into next year, given the fact that we just heard that they have several new employees. So that's on page 72.
Through the chair. So the health insurance number is determined as part of the calculation that we do with UMass for the ambulance services that are supported through the UMass grant. So that number is not based on actuals. It's based on kind of the formula within the reimbursements.
Okay, so I'm confused. Is this health insurance for the employees? Because this says fringe benefits, which would
Right.
mean it would be health insurance for employees. So last year, I think we just heard the commissioner say that we were down a significant amount of employees, and now we're down just 11 employees, which means that obviously we have more employees. Just curious how the number is the same, given the fact that we have
Through the chair, and I may need to give you a better explanation, but you can see through the fringe benefits and the funding sources match out exactly to the UMass funding. So UMass funding provides $96,266. That's the total of the health insurance and retirement. It relates to those who are being funded and supported by that UMass contract. It doesn't relate to overall health insurance for the entire department. So that's why it's based on the formula, not on the number of people beyond the contracted amount.
So through the chair to Mr. McGurthy, are you saying that that's what we do in all the departments or in just this department?
Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, it relates to grant funding. So the health insurance budget stands independently as a tab in the book. It's one we review as part of the human resource component. The health insurance that's within various departments relate to those elements that are grant associated. Since the grants aren't captured in the overall budget, they're captured within the departmental budgets. Health insurance related to that funding source is carried or shown within the department budget, but then affects kind of the overall health insurance needs of the city. So that's why here it only relates to those positions that are being funded through the UMass grant. Everything else is carried through the citywide health insurance budget.
So through the chair to Mr. McGurthy, is there a certain number of employees that's attached to this dollar figure? And if that is the case, how many employees are attached to this number?
Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, it is. As part of the agreement, this relates to the agreement between the city and UMass UMass provides ambulance services citywide, but they use the 911 system as their dispatch system to assist with responding to emergencies. So it's either between 5 and 7 positions are associated or paid for through that grant, that funding source. And so this funding here is specific to those positions. It's not actual, though. It is an estimate based on, kind of the numbers of individuals in the history of the positions. Since some individuals might choose single individual, some might be family, we use an average as opposed to an actual. It's 5 positions within the department.
Thank you.
All set?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Commissioner Goodwin, it's noted on the budget report that still down a number of employees, but progress has been made. Before your position, before you took over as director, your predecessors had a challenge with retaining employees. And I'm just wondering if you give us a sense of how that is now, since you've been at the helm. Do you feel that there's more stability? Because obviously that affects the budget now and affects the budget going forward. There's less employees and or more employees, that the budget numbers change over time. So I'm just curious, concerned about your assessment. Is the number of employees more stable over the last couple of years that you've been at the helm than previously?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, so in my 2 years here within the city, I would say the first 12 months, that first year was the most significant. That's where we saw the largest amount of losses, leaving the city, going to other departments, other positions. Since we implemented the change in wages, the change in hours, and a number of other initiatives within the department, other than losing some people during their training phases, we haven't lost any other full-time positions except for retirements. So it has become much more stable now. I think the increase in work-life and balance, along with some of the improvements to salaries, to equipment, and to everything else that goes into the environment that they have to work in, has begun to start improving that. And over the last 6 to 8 months or so, we've made heavy strides in trying to fill some of those open positions. So I believe as we go forward, again, it's difficult to guess how quickly any of those positions could get filled, because on an average, when we bring in 5 to 10 new trainees. We typically walk away with between 3 to 4 employees that stay. Again, for a number of reasons, some people determine that the job is not for them. Some aren't able to complete some of the training, and we have others that determine they like the job, but the city of Worcester is too busy for them, and they end up leaving for a smaller community, not necessarily for more or less money, but just for more of a stabilized environment, a slower environment to work in, so that way they can maintain their skills that way. But over the last 6 to 8 months, it has become much more stable, and we haven't lost any new full-time, or we haven't lost any current full-time employees other than one retirement.
Appreciate that. I guess my only other question through the chair is retaining employees seems to have improved. Do you have any concerns over the application process as far as enough people, qualified people submitting applications for the positions that are open?
Through the chair to the counselor, I have no concerns at all on the application process. In fact, we get more applications than we can sometimes keep up with and review. The difficult part is the intensive training process. After they complete some of their classroom training with the State 911 department, it's a very deep, intensive, long process working with trainers in the communication center, and we only have a finite number of positions that have the skill, willingness, ability, and really the want to and the passion to train others that want to do that, and they take the time, you know, an extensive amount of time to put into training. But we can also only take so many trainees on a shift without kind of overwhelming the current staff. So we are limited on the training side, so we've actually started to break up our hiring process and get smaller groups that we're now working through and trying to work them through at different phases, so that way we can slowly filter in more. And over the next coming month or two, we are going to try experimenting with some other designs or ways of training to see if we can improve the process overall. But it's something that we're constantly looking at, because we are getting the applications. It's just difficult to get them in training because it's such a long process and it requires so many people.
Appreciate that. My last question, with technology being as it is today, myself right now participating remotely, has anybody looked at, has your department looked at opportunities for employees to work remotely, or do they have to be at the emergency call center to work effectively?
Through the chair to the counselor, this was actually just proposed to State 911 recently. It's right now mandated that we would have to do it in person. However, as the technology improves, it's something that they are looking at. Unfortunately, technology outside the doors tends to improve and advance much quicker than it does within local and state government. So we have a great platform for our 911 system, but it's not capable right now of allowing for remote work. However, the director of State 911 just last week had committed to looking at it for the future and seeing if it was a possibility that we could do, because other communities in other states across the country had tried it during COVID and found they were able to make some of it work.
Thank you for your time, and I think you're doing a very good job there, and I'm happy to hear that you're pleased with retention and applications. And thank you.
Thank you. Councilor King? Councilor Russell first? Councilor King, followed by Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick questions. The Community Emergency Response Team, is that up and running?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes. We created the team in fall of 2021. We started our first trainings in spring of 2022. We actually utilized some of our volunteers at the Mill Street roof collapse, among a couple of fires and some other incidents in the city. We are constantly recruiting and looking to retain more volunteers, but it is up and running, yes.
And how many staff, how much person power is dedicated towards that from municipal employees?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, it's a shared workload, so the volunteers have the opportunity to do a number of online trainings and trainings through both MEMA, the Mass Emergency Management Agency, as well as some FEMA trainings. So some of the trainings are provided by them. However, a lot of the core trainings and the basic trainings are provided by staff, including myself, my Deputy Director of Emergency Management, along with some volunteers from other departments, including the fire department, EMS, police, and most recently we've had utility organizations volunteering to come in and help teach them as well. So we've had National Grid recently volunteer to come in and help do classes with them.
Thank you. So there's no specific cost associated with that model, is that right, through the chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, I don't have a specific cost associated with training them just yet. We've actually been working with our current and some of our new volunteers at different training cycles. So we've done some night training, some weekend trainings, some trainings during the day, during the week, trying to find what works best for our volunteers, given that probably about 60% of them are working adults. The other 40% are a combination of a couple of students and some retired that are able to come during the day. We've been working around different schedules and trying different trainings with them, but we have worked diligently with FEMA and MEMA at conducting some virtual and online trainings to allow for kind of a reduced cost and a reduced need for them to have to travel to a location to get some of that valuable training as well.
Thank you. And the last subject matter I wanted to ask about is the overtime. How is that being tracked? Is there any trends? And when I say how is that being tracked, what sort of oversight is going on there? I did request our auditor to take a look at overtime in all departments, but I'm just curious, in this particular department, how does it manifest? I can see snow towing, summer impact, regular overtime. If you can speak to kind of the regular overtime and what that, we should take that to mean in the context of this budget, through the chair.
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, so there's a number of different opportunities or times when we would look at overtime. For regular overtime, that might occur when either a member's out sick or is on vacation or another day off where we would have to fill up an open position. Right now, we do occasionally have overtime with open positions while we train. We also have times where during the summer, when there's summer impact with police and there's increased patrols, we may require to have an additional person on in order to account for that extra radio traffic, because there are additional channels that are involved that we monitor and speak on. The same goes for during the winter when there are snow emergencies. We typically have an additional member on to account for some of the increases in our call volume and other things. As well as when there are large-scale emergencies. So there are times where we might have a multi-alarm fire or another major incident in the city where we may need to call in somebody to assist us, on their day off or on their time off to account for some of that increase in call volume or increased in workload on those that we do have in the room. And then that also goes for times where we may have increased needs in our regional community as well, where there are a number of our staff specially trained to work with the smaller communities and have experience with that, and they understand some of the unique features of some of the smaller communities like the town of Leicester that are different than the city, that we end up bringing them in on overtime when there's a major event because they are more familiar with how to operate around that when it's different from the city.
Thank you. And the last question I have is, and I apologize for not, it's been a long day, for not getting this 100% accurate, but I recall from some years ago that, and maybe you already talked about this, but there was supposed to be some sort of migration in the 911 system, in terms of improved technology. Can you shed some light on whether or not that has been achieved through technology? And I can't remember exactly Do you understand, do you know what I'm talking about, to the chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, so about 7 to 8 years ago, they started implementing Next Generation 911, which was improvements to the call flow and the processing of calls, as well as the mapping software. About 4.5 years ago, they added in text to 911 as a service throughout the state, and they continue to look to improve some of the opportunities. They've been experimenting with video to 911, sending documents to 911, sending emails to 911 to improve other ways for citizens to be able to communicate through our 911 system with us, as well as us being able to communicate back. But one of the unique things about the software and the system is we are one of the only states in the country that has a statewide 911 system. So most of the states, the counties or the local cities and communities are responsible for purchasing their own software. So there are limitations with that because they're not compatible with working with one another. However, the state of Massachusetts set it up so that way the entire state would have a statewide deployment of their Next Generation 911 software, and everybody would be able to be compatible with one another. So if there were, multiple emergencies and we were unable to answer an emergency call in the city, it would always roll over to another center. So we actually have multiple backups in place and contingencies in place. So if we were ever to get such a high call volume that all of our call takers couldn't keep up with it, it actually rolls to other 911 centers for them to be able to help us answer it, and then past that, even more centers.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just would like to make a couple of quick comments. First of all, on the use of the senior center for emergency shelter during the winter months, and hopefully in the summer months if we get hit with those extremes. I know the director had made a comment it was the first time. It wasn't the first time. It's been used multiple times for those kinds of, but it was the best time, I will say that. That the administration did a great job at, going the extra mile, trying to help the folks that were there and really trying to advertise the fact that it was there. And I would encourage the use of it as needs go on throughout, not only in the dead of winter, but also in the height of the heat season. Mr. Chairman, I always say you could tell the department's doing great things when the district council's phones don't ring about it. And to be honest with you, I haven't heard. I'm always hearing good things about the emergency management. However, I want to shift gears a little bit and just ask if we're on target with the 311, with that staff, with the folks that do the the customer service stuff, which is, I believe, in this department fully now.
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, so we are on target and continuing to develop a lot of the different items and products that we're trying to put into the 311 service. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we're looking to build and develop this division to be an innovative initiative within the city that will help us revolutionize the way we communicate with everybody and add different products into play to streamline the processes and enhance some of the efficiency overall. And with that, we're building out different pieces of technology that that is either in play now and available or going to be implemented over the coming months. But there's one thing that I have been extremely proud of, but also hard-headed on, is I don't want to get it wrong, and I don't want to repeat, fixing something over and over. So as we have implemented some of it has not been implemented because I want to make sure we get it right the first time. So we've gone back and worked deeper on it, and we've tested it over and over and over again, applications and the potential to text our 311 and add some other avenues for communication in. But both the city manager and I want to make sure that it is reliable for the community and that it works the way that not only they expect, that they need. So in order to do that, we have spent extra time making sure that we test it before we deploy it, so that way it is a success going out and that people enjoy using it the second they get their hands on it.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the comments from, about the app that all of us have been asking for and been talking about for a long time, that I think will be a great resource if we ever get it off the ground. But Mr. Chairman, what I'm quite frankly concerned about, I'll give you an example. Today, my phone rang. There was a gentleman in the district, a constituent, that said that he had called 311 and he was frustrated because he was, stuck in the voice kind of circle, and it was an elderly person. And he had a sewerage issue overflowing, it ended up not even being a city issue, but he thought it was city sewerage coming back at his property. And, I put him in touch with Mr. Coyle, and Mr. Coyle and the team over at DPW were right on it. But it's just that's the frustration that I'm hearing too many times about 311, that folks are, that the message is just, it's tougher to get through, and then even when they get through, sometimes they feel as though, and I don't know if there's a disconnect there. I don't know if it's a budgetary thing, if there's more positions that are needed, or if it's a staffing thing, or what it is, but it's been a little bit better lately than it was, 6 months ago, but.
Mr. Manager, do you want?
Through the chair to the council, you are correct. We are receiving sometimes calls, even in our office, that we get that someone had a challenge in trying to navigate. The reason why we implemented the greeting portion where people can select a number to take them to a specific thing is because there was oftentimes the actual call takers were spending a lot of times just doing that, just moving people around to different departments because they wanted to achieve X, Y, and Z. So they were kind of like the old way of the system where you get a call and, yep, let me connect you. And then they're just pinging and transferring calls. So we wanted to be able to reduce that with folks who actually do call and say, okay, I just want to get a birth certificate. I'll just dial that number and take me right through. I don't have to wait for that individual to answer and go through that process. So we tried to do that in a way to reduce that. However, that's what we're learning on a constant basis from individuals like yourself, or even calls that we're getting, and then we go back to try to educate the system a little bit more. So the more you make the system smarter, the smarter the system applies on the back end in terms of what routing needs to happen. The challenging part is teaching the system everything that it needs to know so that it's 100% ready to go. So it's kind of like in its infancy stages. So as it gets smarter, the routing of numbers and calls and things will get better. However, that's why our call takers are there. There is a way to achieve and get to the call taker if you need a call taker. You can always dial 0 and gets you right to the call taker. And a live person will answer the phone and deal with it. At the end of the day, the system that people are using to put in the service request, that's not different. That's the same system that we've had for 20 years. Yeah. It's more so on the front end when the person receives a call that there's a greeting that tells you what numbers to select. That sometimes people get caught up in the loop in that. But at the end of the day, the system that people are always accustomed calling 929-1300 and getting a live person and entering a service request, that has never changed, and it hasn't changed till today. It's just the front end kind of greeting that we've added to the 311, and also changing of the number of 311.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I haven't myself called the 311, but the question I would have is, does it, right up front, does it say, to talk to an agent right away, dial 0? Does it say that, or do you have to try to maneuver through it?
It does. It's actually the part of the beginning of the greeting.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I don't know if it's growing pains or what it is, but like I said, obviously sometimes folks call the old 929-1300 or the 311 or whatever, and they just are not happy with the answers that they get sometimes, and then they get frustrated and call one of us in this room, yourself included, Mr. Manager. But the reality is that I'm hoping that we try and fine-tune that and work with the technology, but also keep in mind that not everybody is a smartphone person like you and I Mr. Chairman.
And through the chair to the counselor, so I pulled some of the information prior to coming to the meeting tonight, just in the event we needed to look at it. And as of today, we've actually successfully taken 25,311 calls since January 1st, so since the year-to-date, since the beginning of the year. And the average wait time right now is about 1 minute and 49 seconds. That's the current average. However, there are going to be times where it's higher when there's, increases in call volume. And one of the unique things that is different here than within 911, 911, when we take emergency calls, it's gathering information quickly, not necessarily in a customer service, serving the public way, but more, we need to get public safety there to help you, versus this is more customer service, so the calls are longer. We end up taking more time. So an average call is about 3 minutes and 25 seconds year to date right now, but it's something that we're constantly looking at. So I would certainly say that we hear your concerns, and we hear concerns from anybody that reaches out to us, and I ask that you keep reaching out to us so we can keep trying to deal with some of those concerns and improve the process, improve the training, improve the services that we're offering, so that way we can make sure overall the program will always be something that people look to use. But there are, a number of other things that we're working on within it to add services or to add opportunities for other ways for the community to communicate with us if they're not a smartphone or a techie type of person, to make sure that we have other opportunities and other ways for people to still be able to get a hold of us.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to motion to approve. No, Councilor King?
Thank you. Sorry for the second time, but really quickly, and you may have mentioned this, is there any line item for contracted interpreter services? Is there any monies that we expend for that? I don't know how it works. I know it's a bunch of languages that are spoken here. Is that something that we contract out with? What does that look like, through the chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, so not a specific line item. In 911, it's actually funded by State 911, so they contract and pay for the services directly. It's a service that they give each 911 center access to. And then in 311, we do have services that are included or combined with our call center and some of our other programs. So not a specific line item, it's combined within other things. But we do have interpreter services in both call centers available.
Okay, and so the 911 is paid through the state, 311 is paid through by us, but it's in different places.
Paid through by us, but worked in with some of the other technology services and
Okay.
programs that we purchase, so it ends up being one package.
Oh, I get it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we'll do a roll call for approval.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria? Yes. Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nian?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rose?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, so I got to run to a graduation, so do police now. Then if you can do police and fire before the break, that would be great. And then we'll do education after that. If that doesn't work, we'll do education, then fire. So, okay? Okay.
Yep, thanks. Mr. McGurthy, can we have an overview, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next department is the Police Department, led by Chief Steve Sargent. He is joined by Deputy Chief Saucier and Supervisor of Administration Jen Troyo, as well as Deputy Chiefs Fleming and McGinn are in the audience. The recommended appropriation is $55 million. This is essentially a flat appropriation compared to last year's 0% change. The major funding changes throughout the year relate to full funding for the police cadet program, COLAs that were incorporated, but also increased vacancy within the department. The number of positions remains the same at 537.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I just want to introduce also Deputy Chief Carl Supernant. This is his first day as Deputy Chief, actually.
Okay.
So,
Ooh,
welcome.
congratulations. Great, thank you. Okay. We just going to approve this, or do we have questions? Okay, Councilor King?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just had a couple of questions as it relates to some of the work that's being done. Is there any sort of line item dedicated to DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives through the chair?
Through the
Police
chair.
Chief?
There's no line item, no, sir.
Okay.
I wanted to move a little bit towards the overtime budget. I know that we have made a number of transfers over to the overtime budget for the police department, and it looks like, you know, when you're comparing the recommended amount for fiscal '24 and fiscal '23, that's very similar. So my question to the chair is, how are we doing with all of that? Is part of that a result of vacancies? And if you could, if someone could speak to fiscal '22 and fiscal '23 is not quite completed, but how much additional money is outside of the projected and anticipated overtime amount? How far over that did we go through this year?
Chief?
Through the chair to the counselor. Actually, if we go through these items here, so we went through, we did the body cams, which had to be done on overtime, so that was $390,422. And we also had to do the tasers with the body cams, which is part of the overtime. That had to be done on overtime also, because we had to bring the officers in off the street. That would be $198,328. We also had, we have some, the FTO program cost us $284,160. So these are items that were not, we did not discuss prior to the year, but were pretty much needed. We had to do these functions. And also, we did fill in for dispatch when needed. So we have officers who were former dispatchers or are certified in dispatch who had to work the 8-hour shifts, and that was $340,361. If you go off of what was expected to be used, was to date we've spent would have been $717,820. So, and the budget is $4,600,000. So we're over budget by approximately $11,000.
So through the chair, perhaps to the CFO, I know we had just finished transferring in the last couple of months, might have been like 1.2 or so million over to overtime. It was a $900,000 transfer, and maybe 250 or 3. I know that discussion I had with the city was if we didn't move that forward, some folks wouldn't get paid. If you can help me understand what it means that we're where the chief says we are versus, you know, us actually voting to transfer funds that are greater than what was just discussed through the chair.
Well, through the council, through the chair to the counselor. Also, there's also grant money that would balance off soon. You know, when we get the grant money from the city, it actually comes out of our general number would be, because it does come across as overtime, but the, eventually, through budget, through the Treasury, that grant money would be incorporated or adjusted to our line. So what was the original question on that?
Well, through the chair, if I could
Sure.
jump in, I think what the chief's referencing to is the available budget. So as the city council makes transfers over within the police budget to overtime, that becomes the new budget for all intents and purposes in terms of the department's operational need. We definitely recognize that a challenge across the city is overtime. The overtime budgets have remained relatively stagnant over the years. And when you assume cost of living adjustments and the salary changes that they bring, we are essentially cutting overtime year over year versus maintaining the overtime hours that would be available under the original budgets going back a number of years. So there is I'd call it a weakness within the budget in the sense that overtime has not increased as much as it needs to increase just to keep pace with the COLAs that we provide for the number of hours. And then as the chief pointed out, there's always, especially in public safety with police, fire, emergency communications, the challenges of unanticipated events. And the one semi-unique element about an overtime budget, as the council knows, is that it doesn't matter what the number is, the city has to find a way to pay it, because once someone works, we need to make sure that that person is compensated and paid. So the overtime right now for police, right now the available budget is $5.8 million. To the councilor's point, he was right on the money that it was $1.2 million that had been transferred over the last few months. We do anticipate there will be some additional transfers. The transfers to date have all come within the police budget. So when there are vacancies within salaries or OM savings where there are reduced expenses by the department, we're able to transfer within the department. But as we come to the end of every fiscal year, we anticipate that we will be making changes interdepartmentally from one department to another to cover costs like overtime that exceeded the original budget allotment or any transfers during the year.
I was first just make a statement. I certainly plan to take a look at overtime throughout the city. Departmentally, there's already an order I filed a couple of weeks ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, asking the auditor to take a look at our overtime in every single department. Just to see, what's going on. I know in some departments we're understaffed. Other departments have operational needs that need to be met based on service provision needs of the city, responsiveness of the city. And I'm really interested to learn, is there a way to experience and realize any cost changes?
Through the chair to the counselor, as far as backfills and overtime that we use, it is resource heavy. We are low in resources as far as personnel. Our numbers are down. We just graduated the class. And with that, we have another class. We're already doing investigations on a new class of up to 20, or at least to backfill to the number that is budgeted, which would be 382, which would be 382. I think we're down to 352 as we speak, and that does not count IODs, long-term six, and also the military personnel that we lose, that go and do that function on a regular basis. But we are, with that, we're still out there. You can see the work being done, and at times we do have to backfill for safety of our community, safety of our offices. So that does take, that does take a toll eventually on the money, but we also have 28 offices that will be done with their FTO program within the next couple of weeks. They will be put into our operations division, which is the patrol division, so they'll be ready for the summer, for the full summer, so we'll be able to, have full complements going forward throughout the summer. There's still vacations, there's still, sick time and all those other things that take place on a daily basis. But with that increase in numbers alone will help, not counting the summer impact. So we will be fully staffed and ready to go for the summer.
Regarding court attendance overtime, I know it says here around 800,000 or so recommended in fiscal '24. Similar amount was approved in fiscal '23. Did we go over that amount to date in this fiscal year, through the chair?
As we speak, we're at 366,259.
Okay. So that was the follow-up question. I know that we're looking good in terms of crime statistics and things of that nature, looking better. And I wanted to see if there was any sort of deviation from that amount. So I guess what was the calculus put into the recommended amount for fiscal '24, given the 300,000 or so where we're currently at versus the 800,000 recommended in fiscal '24? If you can help me understand that differentiation through the chair.
Through the chair, it's a level funded carryover. So there's, again, the challenge with overtime is it's often used for the unexpected. So we've carried the number through over fiscal years.
Okay, in fiscal '22 and '21, what was that amount for court attendance overtime through the chair? Requested amount. Requested and approved, sorry.
Through the chair, the budget was the same. It's been level budgeted for the last, since 2021.
Okay. So in fiscal 2022 and 2021, how much monies were accessed in that line item, given the $800,000 projected cost through the chair?
Through the chair, if you could just give us a minute, Counselor, we'll try to look that up.
I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
To the chair, we're looking it up.
Oh, okay.
Give it to you.
That's what I thought he said. I was sorry, I was looking at my writing notations.
Through the chair, FY21, the final expenditures were 153, and in FY22, the final expenditures were 432. Keep in mind, FY21 was actually COVID exactly, so overtime as a whole was down considerably during that period, or down compared to some of its normal years.
Okay, thank you. I certainly think it's something to chew on. I guess the next question I have is the same question I had for the prior department. In terms of technology and oversight of overtime, I know that we had, and I've had conversations with the city manager about this, that there was to be a system put in place to make sure that we are accurately monitoring and providing oversight for overtime. So through the chair to the administration, is there a line item dedicated to that? And if not, do we have the appropriate technology necessary to provide the oversight?
Through the chair, the technology that would do timekeeping generally is centralized through technical services. So that's captured within the technical services budget. But Department of Innovation and Technology has been working with the police department, the fire department, administration and finance and treasury, the schools, and all different departments to set up a system that can accommodate the broad time-based needs of the city. But so it won't be found in the police budget, it's found in the DOIT budget.
And is that technology up and being used in the police department?
Through the chair, no. The police department relies on the homegrown system that we've been utilizing. We have probably a year plus to incorporate the new technology. We're looking at two different systems that can work together to try to provide the kind of broad-based needs of the city, but we're at the beginning of that process. As you know, we've been working on the financial integrity plan, the financial system, which is the kind of centralized source for the overall monies. And now we're going to some of the outlying, for lack of a better term, modules or systems that will feed into that, such as the timekeeping system.
Okay. One of the objectives in here indicates that there'll be an implementation of a new public safety records management system. Is that what you're referencing through the chair, or is that something different?
Through the chair,
Objective 2.
that is something different. That is the CAD RMS system that the city has been working on. I think the city manager did mention at the beginning of the budget process, one of the impacts of the budget constraints this year was we postponed the CAD RMS system for about a year. We're going to kind of hold off and explore further what the needs of that system might be and the cost of that system. So to my knowledge, that is not moving forward within the next fiscal year, but the hope and expectation is we can move forward in FY25.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just had a question regarding objective number, looks like 2, regarding providing support and education to officers for career pipelines within department leadership. And it says that they're identifying procedures and policy changes to remove career stumbling blocks for officers from underrepresented populations, and it'll be measured by percentages of open official positions filled by underrepresented populations within a given timeline. If you could share through the chair, what's that timeline? And is there any cost associated with this? Are officers all brought in at the same pay grade or step level or whatever it's termed in the police department? Is it dependent on experience if they have some other law enforcement experience? But really focusing on what procedure and policy changes have removed those stumbling blocks through the chair.
Through the chair to the council, could you just be a little more specific? Are you talking about
sure.
entrance? Are you talking about
Page
civil
38.
service rules?
Yeah, well, just page 38, it indicates that the department's identifying procedure and policy changes to remove career stumbling blocks for officers from underrepresented populations. And they'll measure that by the number of positions filled by underrepresented populations within a given time frame.
I got you.
So I'm just asking, what's the time frame and what do the numbers look like? And if there's any budgetary impact there through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilor, as soon as a position is available, we fill it immediately through the manager's office, through human resources. As far as official positions, we have, our structure within the police department, and the infrastructure would dictate how many sergeants we would need, how many officials, how many lieutenants we would need, how many captains we would need, how many deputies we would need. So we work with the city manager's office and HR on when we do feel like we need more positions. We added 4 positions last budget, and we fill them immediately. And we have 2 open positions right now that we will be filling as soon as possible. We're trying to get those positions filled too through HR. So it's a civil service process for that part. How many, as far as the structure of the police department, those are things we talk about in our command staff, where we would need these individuals, or these sergeants, if you will, or lieutenants, and then we work with the city manager's office to try to fill those positions.
Thank you. To the chair, to the administration, I know the equity audit is ongoing. We know if there's a Department of Justice investigation ongoing. With regards to the equity audit, through the chair to the administration, do we have an idea of when that is anticipated to reach its conclusion, 1? And then 2, I'm assuming and have very little doubt that police department and leadership has been cooperating with the equity audit. I'm just wondering if there's been identified improvements that need to occur to which there's a cost, and if so, what are those items and what is the cost, through the chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, we had a transition. I think the manager wants to speak on this also, but we did, our sergeant is no longer with us, who is a big part of this, the equity audit, working with the company, with the auditors, if you will. So we're in transition. I just replaced, actually, we have 2 new diversity officers, Sergeant Miranda, and also another officer, Casey Obang, is also going to be in that division. So they're starting to work with the audit, with Hung and the auditors, and we're moving forward. We're actually working on the a couple questions to be asking the officers throughout the department. But what I'm going to do is turn it over to the city manager.
City manager.
To the chair, to the counselor. Currently, right now, the report, the racial equity report, is slated end of the summer, if not right early fall. That's when we're anticipating the final report from the firm. Just like the chief mentioned, right now, we are working through, one of the things that we're going to implement that the firm is looking to do is to do a survey to the police officers as part of the process, is to survey the officers, which will be part of the report. So we're working through that right now. They've done a lot of collection of work. Sergeant Lito did an amazing job in working with them. The police department has been cooperative in providing information, documentation to the firm. And then in regards to the DOJ, we've been very cooperative with them in meetings, interviews, providing documentation, information, anything that they needed. The department has been hand in hand working with them. But as of date, there has been no requests or any anticipated recommendations that have required any funding resources to be allocated to it.
Thank you. I'm certainly think this body will be interested to learn if there will be any costs associated with the audit, the equity audit that's been going on for a bit. I know that Sergeant Lito did good work. In fact, the last time I spoke with Derek, he'd indicated that he was beginning to be more focused on recruiting women into the police force. Was our last conversation, along with the other diversity aspects, race, gender, ethnicity, all that stuff. But he was focusing on, beginning to start to talk about focusing on more recruitment. And I guess my question to the chair is, I know that there were other officers that were helping the great work of Derek Lito and of the department. You now have 2 positions. I'm not sure what they look like, but is there any staff, any funding for staff separate and distinctly purposed to these folks to get the good work done, through the chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, there's no staff per se, but officers who are the sergeant and officer are putting a team together now, as Derek had a team of his own that he would reach out to, and if they were going to a function for recruitment reasons. So they've already put a few together. We're just when these events come up, we want to make sure that there's a very diverse group. And as we speak, they're putting that group together. It could be many of the same officers and officials that Derek had used. We're just trying to put it together, as right now for our next event.
Thank you. And
Mr. Manager, go ahead.
Just quickly, through the chair, just want to amplify what the chief said. We have not allocated any resources or additional administrative staff, even though the the officers that are assigned to this work do receive some support from some of the staff in the office, from the chief's office, but there's no direct administrative resources dedicated to this team. But however, one of the things that the chief did in understanding and knowing some of the needs and the level of work that Sergeant Lito was doing, he assigned another officer to that team. So from one diversity officer, now there's 2 individuals who are assigned to work directly on this effort.
And through the chair to the counselor, they have many tentacles, so they can reach out to our office staff, as the manager had said, but also all the officers within the department can be part of that team and are part of that team, the recruitment team. So they'll go to their own schools, and in our offices, the diversity officers will go with them. They'll set up, we plan on setting up informationals, as Derek did with HR and civil service, to bring people together so they understand the process. The process is a long process. Civil service is tough. It's a long process. We lose a lot of good candidates. There's a lot of challenges for recruitment, but also for those that do want to come on the police department, there's a lot of competition. So other departments are all looking for the same individuals. So the civil service process being as long as it is, we sometimes lose many real good recruits to other departments.
Thank you. So a question about the body cameras. I know that one of the highlights is that there is a body camera program that has been launched. Indicates here the majority of Worcester PD officers are wearing body cameras. I was under the impression that the majority were, which is what it says, but who are the officers that are not wearing body cameras currently? Will they be wearing body cameras moving forward? I don't know how long ago this was written. And if so, is there a cost associated with that? Training and otherwise? Stipend, whatever the case may be. Through the chair.
Through the chair to the counselor. We have 300 body cameras, so out of the 352 funded police officers that we currently have, plus the sergeants, the majority of the officers and sergeants are wearing the cameras. Second part of your question? Yeah,
do we anticipate any expansion of that? And is there a cost associated? I know right now we have an agreement with the Patrolmen's Union, but do we anticipate any purchasing of new body cameras to outfit more officers? And if so, is there a anticipated cost associated with that? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the counselor. Currently, we're in year 1 of a 5-year program with Axon. There are no current talks to go beyond that program at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Chair, I appreciate the time that you've given me. I, again, have some questions regarding overtime in this department and other departments. Be looking to the auditor to coming back with some sort of report before the end of our budget process. I think that there may be an opportunity, given the amount of dispersed overtime monies is significantly lower than the 800,000 or so that has been provided, to this department in the last few fiscal years. And perhaps there's some costs that can be saved there. There's a lot of competing factors in our city who have needs for funding, and perhaps this is an area that we can get some throughout the city, not just in this department. But this is certainly something I'd like to look at forward before we approve the final budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few quick questions specific to personnel, through the chair to the chief and the team. You sit in neighborhood meetings, and in the neighborhood meetings, the person representative will say, so-and-so transferred, or so-and-so just retired, or, we thought that we would have this number in the upcoming class, but through attrition, we lost X amount of people. Just trying to get a sense of where we are at as a department. You mentioned that we're at 352. We have the capacity to go to 382. I also understand, if I was correct, in one of the neighborhood meetings, there was talk about in 1993 or 1994 having one of our bigger police classes, which lends itself to a big retirement coming on the other side of it. If we're thinking, 30 years down the road. And I'm not I don't have anything tangible connected to the budget outside of, there's, when you think of overtime, for example, if you don't have the bodies, you got to fill, you got to get people out on the routes, you got to make sure that the city's safe, our neighborhood's safe, and of course our officers are safe. So I guess that's the connection. But when you hear some people talk, it doesn't sound like with people not as interested in the career path, the civil service, the recruitment, just trying to get a true sense of really what is going on here, because when you hear people in the department talk about it, it doesn't sound like a rosy picture for our outcomes in the next 3 to 5 years, through the chair to the chief or the team.
Chief?
Through the chair to the counselor. Yes, that's absolute, and it's statewide, it's national. I just, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I was at a conference of the statewide Major Chiefs Association, and all communities, whether it's 25,000 or smaller communities of even 10 or 15,000, it's a struggle. And the smaller communities will recruit, they'll put them through the academy, and then they'll look for a bigger department. But they're not doing that anymore. They're not coming to the cities. Certainly the the negative connotation, in the the narrative out there, and nationally, statewide, and locally at times, it's like we don't, it's a struggle for these individuals to make that decision. So that's where the recruitment comes in. That's where, Derek had done such a tremendous job, and now we're looking forward to the work of Angel and Casey to do the same and bring their teams together for recruitment and bring them in. And, we do all the community meetings, and we speak to the masses, but younger people aren't going to those meetings, so we have to go out and find, to the colleges, to the high schools. We started we have the cadet program that we had put together last year, which is successful. 2 of those officers on their own, without help from their cadet, are in this next group they've already taken. So we have the Explorer type program that we have. We started at Forest Grove, and we'd like to expand that to other junior highs especially, and then bring them up to the high schools, because we find, speaking to the teachers, that when we do go into the schools that these young people do want, they are interested. They join these ROTC programs, but they never go in the military. But this is a great opportunity for us because they will go into policing. They are interested in it, and they ask a lot of questions, and how can we do this? How can we move forward? I've talked to the manager in the past and Councilor Rivera on possibly using that Explorer program, maybe working with QCC, because they have a criminal justice program, and trying to, get them interested, juniors and seniors, where they could get credits for the criminal justice program. We can work them right through into recruitment and the civil service test and getting them on the job. Well, no matter where it is in the state, we're all trying to work together to just recruit and get the good police officers that we want out on the street. But it is a challenge, and we are looking at the classes that you're talking about from, they're coming up on 32 years, 30 years and 32 years. If they're just had enough, August is a big number. We'll find out in August if they get next year's vacation time. So, you know, some keep it close to the vest, some we know are leaving. We've already lost a couple recently. It's just, it's a tough time. It's once again, you know, it's a great job. Everybody, you know, you love it, but it takes its toll. And we talk about stress and the stress of the job. And, you know, we're working hard on that to, you know, to maintain. That has a lot to do with it, is it's just a difficult job. And at some point, it's tough to move forward, and they'll just take their retirement. So we are at that point. But with this particular class, I mean, there's still a lot of, you know, we still have to do a lot of work at the commands to be moving the parts around to make sure that the offices are safe, the city is safe in all aspects, because we are down from this class just graduated, and when we started the class, we were at the three, as far as patrol officers, we were at the 382. No, I'm sorry. We would have had to go back into civil service to get to that 382, and we knew it was too time consuming, so we started the class at around 378. I think we were down a few officers at that point, and since then, we've already lost another 15, give or take. And then we have some long-term IODs that will soon be retiring, and also a couple on sick leave that will also be retiring. So it's a struggle, but we're starting this class. We just got a new list from civil service, so we're working hard to expedite that process. We do well on the city side, then we have to rely on civil service on the back side of it, which once again is on their time. And it's frustrating because it could take another 3-4 months before they actually even give us dates. So, but we're working with them. We're trying to work closer with them if they answer the phone. But that being said, it is that time in policing where it's difficult to not only maintain but to recruit.
Mr. City Manager, do you have?
Just want to add a little bit more to that, just to give a perspective. We budgeted 44 recruits for this FY23 budget. 28 recruit came into the class. So we lost a big number there. And so that's the number that they're trying to make up again for the number. And so he just said they lost 15. We didn't even get the additional 16 that we needed to get to the 44. So it's a challenge that they're facing. In the 93 to 94 class, you're talking about close to 100 or so.
120, through the chair to the manager, 120.
120 officers or so in that 93 to 94 class. So even if, let's say, a quarter or half of them leave this summer or by the end of this year, we can be in a tough position where the only way to cover those resources is to utilize their overtime. Right. Now, they're doing a bunch of different creative ways to get recruit. One of the conversations that I've had with the previous department I was here, Emergency Communications, is could we get individuals from the high schools to recruit them as dispatchers, get the experience as dispatchers, so when they become 21 years old, they have an opportunity to become police officers or even firefighters because they have that dispatch experience in the background. And as a high schooler, you're coming out of high school, you're 18 years old, working at the dispatcher, making close to $30 an hour with a full benefit. It's a good opportunity. Now, it's a stressful job, but it's a good employment opportunity to hopefully then create that pipeline for police or fire. So we're trying to be creative. We're trying to have discussions with QCC, and maybe some of the training that happens in emergency communications could happen at a QCC end so that they're ready to come into dispatch. But there's a lot of elements that we have to get creative to try to find ways to recruit and recruit people that are interested in this public safety. As you can see, it's emergency communication, police, and we'll probably hear the same thing happening in fire next. Is that ability to recruit at a high level with the number of people. It's the numbers game. We need a lot of folks to be interested in these jobs.
So that's validating of what the word is out there. So through the chair to the chief or city manager. So I'm just throwing some of these numbers out there. There's potential for us come September 1st or whenever in the fall to be down nearly 100 police officers. Just through my numbers here, sorry. Yeah. You're looking at 120 who are eligible to retire. You're down sounds like what, 30 now, and then you just lost 16 in the class. So, of course, that's an assuming that a vast majority of people are going to retire. But is there a possibility of that?
Through the chair to the counselor, that I don't anticipate losing 100 offices. We're down, we're down 25. We have 25 vacancies. There will be some of the IODs retiring, I believe, through HR. We've discussed it with HR. I don't anticipate, I could see 50, though. I could see, we've been talking about that, talking to Deputy Fleming about filling this class to the capacity and even adding, if we can, through the manager's office and through the budget, to get to, if we could put 50 on, if we could do what we like to do, which sometimes is a struggle because they're not budgeted, is we take the 10% rule, which is a 10% rule, 10% of the offices, the recruits that start will not finish. Mm-hmm. That's statewide also. Yeah. So we'd like to add that 10% at the beginning of the class. That way, when the class ends, even if they all graduate, usually through attrition, we'd be back at that number. So we've done that in the past, tried to expand, and then we added we'd added a few officers to the numbers, to the 280s. But once again, it's more about getting them into the class, getting them graduated, and getting as many as we can into that class, and then the attrition will take care of the rest as far as the budget side.
So, through the chair, we have a recruitment issue, we have a very unpopular career path issue, we have a retirement issue. We're looking at doing all the right things around cultivation, but that might not show itself for 5-7 years. And I know that there was a gentleman in here maybe a month or two ago who was saying how he'd love to be a Worcester police officer, but he lives in Auburn or something, Webster, and is there a chance that we could be looking at policy change to support recruitment, and at what point does that happen? Because it sounds like it should probably happen now.
Through the chair to the council, it's a conversation I've had with not only the chief of police, but also the chief of fire. Because we're looking to recruit 90 in 18 months. Originally, when we funded 3 classes in 2 fiscal years for the fire department. It's a conversation that we've had because of this concern. Historically, you see people taking these exams, and they were 400, 500, not 1,000 in that list to be able to deal with. Now they're talking about less than 200 people, or sometimes 120 to pull from. That is something that we've talked about. At the end of the day, the decision to allow for that to happen comes at my discretion, based on the discretion of the council in terms of the direction that the council supports. Again, it would be a conversation between myself and the council to kind of make that determination. We have a prime example of an individual who was born and raised in the city, but just recently moved to Webster and wants to be a police officer and give his service. Could that be a scenario where we as a leadership say, you know what, why not? But that's the collective decision, not only myself, that I think here as a council as well, we could be able to make to try to meet these numbers and these demands that we're constantly having. I think one of the things to note, and I don't think that's in question here, but I think it's important to note is we are having those challenges. We're the second largest city in New England, and we've been voted as one of the safest cities across the nation. Mm-hmm. Right. And so that is important to note. That we've been voted as one of the safest cities across the nation. And so we have our challenges, but I think collectively as a community, as a department, is doing a great job in trying to make sure that our city is safe and that our violent numbers are significantly down.
So two final
questions. Through the chair, I just want to thank the manager for acknowledging that. And it is the men and women of this police department. The numbers are low. We are resource, policing is resource heavy, and we are down in resources, but they're doing a tremendous job out there every single day to keep our numbers down, our quality of life issues, which also lead into other major crimes where they're working diligently and makes me proud. With the numbers that we have, we're still where we are. And, we do our community meetings and with the community. It is the community. It takes us all to do it together. And, that is another, another thing that I'm very, very proud of is the way we work with the community.
Yeah, as you're aware, through the chair of the chief, we have 6 neighborhood meetings in District 1, and the numbers are impressive monthly. And I think the partnership between the community and the men and women of the police department working together and collaborating, and the strategy that goes into it is all very, very, very impressive. The 2 last quick questions, and then I promise everyone I'll be done. The first is, a while back I had an order on around creating some type of incentive for our young people to take the civil service exam. When I was younger, it was, you took your SATs, you took your ASVAB test, you took your civil service exam, you just took all 3 as part of just what was kind of like a typical expectation as someone in high school. I'm just curious if that ever had any legs to it, or if that's something that should potentially be revisited. And then my other question is around, all these people the men and women who are doing a great job through the chair, the city manager, the administration, the level of trauma that is kind of being, it's almost being reinforced when you're, expected to, no one's going to leave anybody hanging. You're going to pick up a shift. Like in my world, in nonprofit, you have a ratio that you need to maintain. No one leaves anybody hanging. You just work, and it's a big, kind of team effort. Through the chair too, just curious about the civil service exam, and then just how we're taking care of these folks who are, potentially re-traumatized over and over again at a more rapid pace than they normally would because the complement is down. And then, just the kind of burnout effect as a result of that as well, through the chair to the administration chief.
Through the chair to the counselor, on the civil service, and there is no incentive other than the job itself, and that does make it difficult because other departments can pick them up quicker. And it's really a time thing as opposed to a money thing. It's more about the time. It takes so long when they get their card, as we say, that they're eligible. They go to a briefing immediately. They think the process is 2 months away, and they're not even, they bring their packages back, as we call it, all the information that we need. We do our part. We go through the human resource side on all the things that we need to cover. And it could take, from the day they actually sign to, 12 to 14 months. And in the interim, more recruiters, there's more going on. So there's no incentive in between. We did talk about, with the manager, about trying to get some of them maybe into, at the time when we needed dispatches, try to train them for dispatch so we could get them into the system. But, that kind of, the commissioner had already done some recruitment, and he was all set. So, but there is a lot of departments when it comes to retention, and that they're kind of like the military, where they give them, if they sign on for 2 more years, they'll give them $10,000. And so there are departments, even in Massachusetts, many departments in Massachusetts are trying that for the retention side, to keep some of those officers who could retire, but say it's $15,000 for 3 years, $10,000 for 2 years, and $5,000 for a year to keep them on for another year. So there are programs individual programs throughout cities and towns, and like I said, even in even in Massachusetts, that are doing just for the retention alone, because they just can't lose those officers.
Yeah, I was thinking more through the, sorry to interrupt, through the chair, just incentivizing our young people to take the civil service exam. So even if at the end they don't end up doing it, that you have like a groundswell of people, because I think the numbers at the time when I proposed something like this is the civil service exam was down by like 60-something percent. Don't hold me to that, but sure. I remember at the time there was something like that. So the idea that you get some young people to come in and take the exam and be incentivized in some creative way, at least you have a groundswell of more people participating in the actual test that you could potentially choose from, whereas now no one's really doing it, right? So that was kind of the thinking at the area around that, to be a little more clear.
Yeah, through the chair. No, our incentive programs would be the Explorer program, now that we have in the schools,
Gotcha. Okay.
and also the cadet program. The cadet program, We were budgeted for 5 for this year, and maybe 2, I believe 2 of the offices out of the 5 we have now may be in the next class, should be in the next class, if
Gotcha.
they pass everything.
Okay. And then just, I know through the chair, the fire department has the XO program, what, the wellness program? I might not have the acronym correct, but I've had a couple of presentations through them over there. Is the department looking to formally adopt some type of wellness programming or initiatives related to, burnout, stress, trauma?
Through the chair to the council, we have, as far as the wellness side also, we have our offices, if the supervisor allows for that time period, they can work out for 45 minutes, so they can come in, relieve that stress, stay in shape, which is a big part of stress reduction, but also we have other programs in place that Lieutenant Brissett is bringing in now with Deputy Chief Supernaut that just for that, peer counseling, so organized peer counseling. We do have a stress officer who, if there's issues within families, they can go to him and we can provide services. We usually have debriefs. Debriefs are tough because you can't mandatory the debriefs, and cops and firefighters don't necessarily want to sit around with each other and discuss their problems. But we are, through Lieutenant Brissett, we have a peer counseling now that it seems to be going very well. No questions asked. They speak to her, and then whatever resources they may need would be provided.
Yeah. No, through the chair, thank you for that. And I can, I'm in that field in my day job, so I don't need it for any budget recommendations or approvals, but you and I can catch up offline, talk a little bit more about that. Thank you for the levity, Madam Chair, and allowing me to get to my questions. Thank you.
Councilor Merrill Carlson, followed by Councilor Rivera, followed by Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of comments and a couple of questions. One is that certainly for me, I'd like to say to the men and women of the Worcester Police Department how much I appreciate what you do each and every day. I, as a city councilor in the district, I have 12 neighborhood meetings, so I certainly know what the men and women do each and every day. And I'm very appreciative, as the people who live in the district are appreciative for what you do. The last couple of budgets, we've never talked about the amount that this city has grown. So we continue to talk about the budget numbers, and we talk about that the budget numbers, in some cases, has not moved. But there's nobody who's ever talked about that we as a city went from 184,000 individuals to 214,000 individuals. And what kind of impact does that have on our police department? And again, I want to say that at no time during my tenure on this council, as we've moved the numbers in the city and we continue to talk about we're a city on the move, and yet we talk about a police department and we're talking about a budget that has really been based on 184,000 residents, in my opinion, unless somebody stands to correct me. When I look at the overtime budget, what it says to me is that obviously we don't have the staffing that we need, number one. Number two is that the overtime budget also says that there are some needs that come that sometimes there has to be that number, and it's always been there if you look at the history of a police department, and quite honestly, look at the history of any major city's police department. So I really think, through the chair to the city manager, I would love to see a report on what does the numbers reflect on our police department with the change in the numbers of the residents in the city of Worcester? The other thing that I'd like to ask through the chair to the chief is, we always have this discussion about the boat on Indian Lake. So I can't not have the discussion about the boat on Indian Lake. And also, if during that discussion, if we could also talk about the boat that's down on Lake Quincy, and I didn't see anything in here that, specifies about a boat, whether it's on Lake Quincy or whether it's on Indian Lake. So through the chair to the chief or whomever is the person who would answer the question about Indian Lake and Lake Quinsigamon.
Through the chair to the councilor. Currently, we're operating the new boat Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Every other week on a Sunday, officers are deployed for 6 hours on the water during their 8-hour shift. And we had another boat that actually broke down. It's no longer in use. That was the boat we were going to use in both locations. But due to that being down, we're concentrating our resources on Lake Quincy. Since the ban of the watercraft, we've had no complaints down there from a police perspective. Therefore, we're putting our resources where they're needed, where we are getting complaints, and that's down at Lake Quincy.
Okay, through the chair to Mr. Saucier, I just wanted to clarify that because there's word in that neighborhood that the reason we don't have the boat on Indian Lake is because of overtime and that we don't have the resources. So if you could just reiterate why we're not on Indian Lake, I think that would be helpful. And then I think follow-up to that is, if we need to be on Indian Lake, do we have the ability to go on Indian Lake?
Through the chair to the council, currently, again, we are going to be starting Impact soon. We will utilize overtime during Impact, and officers will be on the boat in both locations if need be. Currently, we're doing everything on straight time. But again, we're in this process where we're really trying to balance everything out overtime-wise. So we're being very careful on what we are using our resources for as far as overtime expenditures. But if there's a problem, we're going to be there.
Also, through the chair to the councilor, we split Lake Quinsigamon with Shrewsbury. It is resource heavy. Once again, it's a lot of work, and 6 hours on a boat it's very functional, it's practical, but it is resource heavy. And we rely on the environmental police, who are stretched thin, as we all are. We're stretched thin, so if they can come and help us, they will. But they're doing so many lakes throughout the state that, not that we are a priority to them, because they help us with a lot of other issues that we have, but it is tough to get them on our lakes too. So we're trying to balance that. If there are issues, as the deputy said, on Indian Lake, we'll address those issues and make sure that we do have a presence there. But with the one boat and not having the other boat, it is difficult. And right now, the issues were on Lake Quinsigamon, with the lack of once again, with the resource issue that we have, that even with overtime would be difficult to man both at the same time.
And lastly, just want to say, I think it's really amazing that we've been voted one of the safest cities, given the staffing that we have here in the city and the size of our city. So again, I think that goes to the men and women in the leadership of the Worcester Police Department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple questions. There's a part in the, I mean, I am concerned with the overtime budget, but there's one part there that says, problem bar overtime, and then through the chair to the chief or the manager, whoever wants to, is, why would that be in, and why aren't we having the bars, you know, if that's like problematic, why aren't they not paying for that detail?
Through the chair to the council, we've discussed that over the years, like the Green Street area, in the areas where a lot of people congregate, whether it's during college or even in the summertime, now around Polar Park. We have discussed that with the business associations. They really didn't have, anything positive to say about that. So it is something that's very important. We get the feedback from our 11 to 7 officers that they're spending so much time down there that we had to make sure that we had a designated group each Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and like we did Sunday this week because of the long weekend. It does help. It helps with traffic. We get help from our state police just to pull the cars off in that particular area. They are responsible for all the bars, but they do spend a lot of time in that business district. And it becomes a real cluster without the officers being there. We have, like I said, the troopers come in on those nights and they help us to block streets off to make sure that we get everybody out of there within a reasonable time. And so there's nobody congregating and causing those after-hour problems that you can have if they're just hanging around and they can't get through the traffic. So it's a very important job, but we have reached out to the community in the past. The current city manager, and I know the previous city manager, we've tried to get them to budget that, and went on deaf ears.
Yeah, no doubt. You're preaching to the convert. I know that there's a need, because I have that conversation regarding it filters into the Green Island area, which is my district, so no need to convince me of the need of it. My question is, if there's persistent problematic bars, right? Just like kind of like when there's events, people have to pay detail, or when there's like certain things, if they're consistently problematic, I would imagine that they should take up responsibility, because again, I'm looking at this and it's a good chunk of money, and I'd love to see that money again going to foot patrols. I'd like to be able to see this, increasing our cadet program, again, utilized. So I mean, at some level, I know that there definitely is a need, because my residents in Green Island have consistently talked about that, and I've talked with police on that as well, and it's definitely improved. But I'm just wondering if we have an awareness of which bars are problematic, right? Because it says problem bar overtime.
Through the chair to the counselor, the main problem is, and this is their argument, that it's when they leave and then they're all leaving the different bars at the same time, so they don't believe it's their responsibility. If they were going to hire a detail for the bar, then we make the officers responsible for the sidewalks, and to make sure that their sidewalks, so they push the detail officers that they pay for will make sure they get in their cars, and then we're responsible for the streets. The troopers are responsible for the highway. So that's their argument, and they believe it's valid, and they have a valid argument at times. But we do think that they should at least chip in. But
so just to add to the chief, bars are paying for details, and they have details in their bars. And often, if there's a problem bar who has significant issues, they'll come before the license commission, and the police department will require them to, even if they have to enhance their detail, they have to do that. The challenge becomes on the let out, right? In a sidewalk, on the street, driving to a car, going to get, etc., or deciding to, go catch their friend at the next bar, or whatever it may be. Those will become the challenge. So these bar cars are kind of supporting the work that some of the efforts are happening in those particular areas. And so just adding additional patrolmen to those bar areas, and that this particular funding source. So this funding source does not pay for officers to just work at the bar itself or that particular place.
Right.
They're patrolling the area and assisting any potential details that are being hired to do the work in those particular bars.
No, I know that there's a need in the neighborhood and it filters into Green Island. Like I said, the need is, I just like the chief was saying, it's unfortunate that it's fallen under deaf ears, that they should definitely chip in for this. I didn't see a line item, and I might have missed it, regarding John Stings, and wanted to know where we were at with that in regards. I don't know if I just didn't see it or somehow I missed it somehow, but
It's just through the chair to the counselor, it's designated under the vice overtime.
okay. Because, I mean, I know that it had like a separate line before, so I understand. Okay.
Yeah,
And just wanted to know, like, I guess, looking at, if that's designated under vices, to just looking at kind of where we are, and I guess we could ask for a report regarding that.
Through the chair to the council, that's just, we just wanted to be sensitive to the name, because I think.
Yes.
I think we've had, we had it as Johns and prostitutes, I think.
Yeah.
And we wanted to be sensitive, so we just put it under vice.
Yeah, so I was just hoping, I mean, we call it what it is, which is hopefully we're looking at doing John's things and not necessarily, but that's probably why I didn't see it, so. And then just looking at, this is something I've asked the whole time I've been here, is really looking at what's the complexity of adding foot patrol. Again, I always say, like, part of my issue regarding some of the overtime is because I'd love to be in some of these other things, and nitpick is because I'd like to be able to look and see, I'd like to see the summer impact unit enhanced, longer. And that's something that we've asked, especially in certain areas. And I'm not asking for like just over policing. I'm talking about officers that know the community, that know the neighborhood, come into the community. And then looking at why we can never get those foot patrols out.
Through the chair to the did you want to speak on that?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, you are correct, right? There's been a request, and you've been a big proponent of that, probably the entire tenure that you've been here as
Yes.
city councilor.
Can I get it in the next 7 months, please?
Yeah, and I know the May South community has also been very supportive. Lincoln Street has been very asked for. Grafton Hills asked for them. I mean, I feel like almost every neighborhood meeting that we go to, every district council is saying, hey, what about more patrols? What about this? I think at the end of the day, right, when the department, the request comes out, we try to figure out what can we do and do it in a way that supports the neighborhood, but also based on the limited resources that they have. And so oftentimes when we do foot beats or we add additional foot beats, that's done through overtime. Because they have to do their regular routes, and then we got to try to enhance that by moving different officers, especially when we're down the complement. And so we're going to continue to do that, and that's part of the Summer Impact program is to do that. Again, that's part of overtime efforts, because again, we have to try to achieve the routes that we have to do, but also at the same time support the neighborhoods on their requests, and that's the kind of changing of positions, changing of schedules that is constantly happening within the department to try to get folks to try to take care of a lot of these requests. We're going to do the best we can, and then oftentimes, based on the need of that neighborhood, based on calls, complaints, based on kind of the responses that we're getting, then they respond accordingly to those calls and requests as well. So it's kind of, it's all tactical based, but also at the same time is resource dependent.
I mean, I'd like to see that at some point we look at trying to put foot patrols out, not just something on a needed basis, but really creating, and we've seen that when they're out, it really works really well. I mean, one of the things was that we got through some of the funding that the Maine South CDC got, received, that they, put it towards, paid towards foot patrol, and what a difference it made. So I think we definitely need to really look at moving that forward. I'm not going to continue to stop asking, even though this is my last budget, but
Through the chair to the counselor.
as a counselor, that is.
So we, with the Summer Impact, we are changing the way we're doing it, as the manager had said, and we'll break it down. Some of them we will break down into 4-hour shifts for the parks, for the foot beats in certain neighborhoods that we So we are changing the way we're doing it, as we have every year, pretty much, for the need and for the community, so we can spread out the workload, if you will, but also that is a big part of the philosophy, is to be in the neighborhoods, in the stores. I mean, we used the Summer Impact a few years ago just for our camera initiative, and making sure which served two purposes. We could go in, we could meet the business owners, and this year we're working with the new deputy. We will definitely, put some plans together to make sure footbeats are part of the plan.
Through the chair of the council, just so you know, starting with the impact, we're going to have a two-person footbeat running 4 to 8 p.m., and that's going to be one in every precinct, and that'll be Thursday through Sunday. So you should start seeing officers out there on foot right away.
Yeah, no, definitely we see it, the difference in the summer impact and what that does. And again, and I appreciate that we also, we're very deliberate in what officers we put in what area, which I appreciate. I do want to say that I want to thank the administration through the chair in keeping the cadet program and continuing. I would love to see this cadet program to grow. I know that only 2, and I think that there's not potential for a third one, but I think it's because he doesn't meet the age requirement went in, because it potentially would have been 3 out of the 5. But I think there was an age cutoff that they weren't making, because remember, these are youngsters. So, but I do want to say thank you to the administration for keeping this on the budget, and also to the police department, for taking this on, and really looks like they're doing really well. And it's really good to see kind of the young people, that they really feel like that this is something that they want to do. And would hope to see this grow as we move forward in the future. Would love to see this cadet program grow to be a little more than 5, but thank you.
Councilor Toomey, followed by Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think it's going to be a secret or a surprise to you when I tell you that I am very grateful for the great job that the men and women with the Worcester Police Department have done over the past several years, and especially this past year, facing some very difficult situations. And I think that your command staff has really been very innovative and in trying to address issues and working really hard to try to do more with less and work smarter and not harder. And I think that that's incredibly important. And what my colleagues were talking about in terms of staffing, I know that the city of Springfield has just under 500 officers. And if you break it down, there are 154,000 residents there and 33 square miles. And so when you look at Worcester, Worcester actually has, 30, we have, what'd you say, 335 officers and 94 officials. And we have 38.6 square miles. And since, in 2023, our population is 205,273. So it doesn't really compute, right? And so if you look at the numbers of our police officers, it hasn't been since 12 to 15 years ago where we actually had, I think, a full complement at 482. So that was before we received another 10,000 plus people in the city's population. So, what do we need to do to get back there? Because clearly the numbers warrant it. How do we get back there? Is it possible?
Through the chair to the council, there is a number per citizen, per officer per citizen, and there is a number that's used, and we are low around the state. We also, as Counselor Bergman mentions many times, we talk about, we have 50,000, up to 50,000 students that live in our city for 10 months out of the year, give or take. And, but there is a formula, but once again, we will, until we get to other numbers, we'll just keep doing what we're doing, which is put plans in place, working with the city manager, working with our citizens and certainly our command staff, and put the plans together to make sure we keep safe. We keep these classes going. We get this 50. We'll be in good shape. If we could do 50, if we could get to that number, try to get it in as quick as we can. It's civil service, once again, and I'm going to get on my soapbox. We have four of the offices, our recruits, fall into the 20 that, now it's 30 or whatever the number is, they fall in, they're all investigated, but they can't start our job until the class starts, which could be another 8 months away. We could have those 4 officers on the street if we could somehow get to civil service and have them, whether it's a waiver, I don't know, because they never get back on that particular question, I should say. They never answer that question. We're not taking away from, it's not like they're number 40 on the list and we only have 30 candidates. They're within the number of what we have budgeted, and we're not taking a job away from anybody. They could start within a couple of weeks. Instead, we might have to wait 8 weeks and 8 months, and then we could lose two out of the 4 to another department. So there is some frustration on the whole civil service part. We could do our due diligence. We could certainly fill that class, but it just takes so long.
So you're talking about lateral transfers?
No, they're actually on the civil service list, but they've already been through an academy, so I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, so
They've
they're
already
not
been through an
currently-
academy. So they're post-certified,
Okay,
and there's 4 of them out of the 20 that we've already accepted, they've gone through background checks.
Okay.
They would have to do the physicals and the other stuff first, but it just bogs the system down. As far as laterals, being at that, like I said, we were just meeting with numerous chiefs throughout the state. Everybody's looking for laterals. Nobody's, so that's why they're giving that incentive. A lot of departments are giving the incentive so they don't take the lateral to go
Right.
somewhere else. And our laterals have to be from civil service. They'd have to come from a civil service
Okay.
department, and that chief or administrator that would have to allow that person to leave, and the manager would have to accept them. Just like if somebody left our department to go to another civil service department, it's up to us whether we want to release them or not. And now, because all the departments are so understaffed, that they're not allowing these officers to leave.
so one of the other things that I think I recall seeing was that the MBTA police was giving a huge bonus for people to transfer over to them. And so that's a difficult thing we're dealing with, too.
And through the chair to the counselor, the MBTA, the chief begged us not to accept any of his other officers, because a lot of them live in other communities, so they go through the MBTA for a little experience, 5 years, and they want to go back to the communities they came from. And once again, he doesn't want to be the bad guy by not letting him go, so he's asking us not to accept him. So
But he's offering more
Like I
money.
said, there's a lot of competition out there
guess so.
for a few jobs.
Right. And so that really talks to the things that my colleague, Councilor Rivera, was talking about being able to have more patrols, foot patrols out on the street, about something that we've talked about with traffic, being able to increase our traffic division, which, thank God, we have it. We didn't have it for several years, but we certainly need more there. And certainly, I think the numbers are telling, and I think we really need to take a look at a long-term plan of how do we get back to that 480, 482 that we were in 12 to 15 years ago. And so the other thing that I wanted to ask about was fleet maintenance and new cars and the age of our cars. How are we doing in that?
Deputy McGinn has the numbers. He can
Okay.
report on that.
Hello.
Through the chair to the council. So if I recall, your question is how is the general status of our fleet?
Right.
And we've received only a handful of cars the past couple of years. Our mechanics have been done incredible work in preserving the vehicles that we have. But at this time, we have a total of 146 vehicles. We even have some Crown Victorias dating back to the 2005, 2006. But over the course of the years, as these cars have been taken off the road, we've taken the sheet metal, we've taken the transmissions and motors and so forth, and preserved them and cobbled them back together. So we do have spare cars. These cars aren't front line, but they are used with regularity. Generally speaking, insofar as the standards, we have 129 vehicles rated as good, 84 rated as fair, and 20 cars rated as poor. We have approximately 20 cars on order, 10 marked, 10 unmarked.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear what you just said, that you have 20 cars on order, and then what?
Yes, they've been ordered in 2022. However, Ford or Dodge has canceled that order. We've reordered. We're not unlike every other police department across the country. It's just delivery of these vehicles has been problematic. And because we're working under state contracts where the automakers don't make quite as much money, they'd rather sell them to individuals on in the consumer end. So fleet sales have been suffering. It's not just police cruisers, it's fire vehicles are having trouble. School buses are having trouble getting 10-passenger vans for, say, the Boys and Girls Club, for example, near impossible, and at greatly exorbitant rates. But we have been able to cobble these cars together. We've utilized the internships of 2 students from Vocational Technical High School to work alongside our mechanics.
That's great.
And they've done a fantastic job, so much so that we'd like to hire them both, if at all possible, Mr. Manager. And but we're holding our own. But if we can get these cars delivered this year, we should be okay.
Thank you. I know that that's incredibly important because of the mileage. I mean, we've got 500 plus miles of streets in the city, and so to be able to keep your fleet maintained and up to date, to deal with all of that is really important. And I know we've had a plan to purchase new equipment, and what are we doing looking forward? How are we looking to do that for the next couple of years?
Insofar as vehicles alone?
Yes.
Yes, generally we require about 20 a year, and we do have 20 on order. So we imagine we'll probably be in very good shape this year, provided we get that delivery of vehicles.
Okay. All right, because I know that that's an issue. And then also the technology for those cars as well. How are we doing in that area?
Well, when we do price out the vehicles, we do price them out completely wrapped with, painted with our logo for the Mark Cruisers. We also have the radio systems. We also have the computer systems along with the internet systems to communicate with our radio, as well as the lights and siren.
Right, okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that update. So the next thing I just wanted to ask, going back to the actual budget, we've had some reductions. On page 43, I noticed that there was a reduction in leases and rentals of $37,041. And what is that? Why is that?
Through the chair, the city centralized its leases and rentals related to photocopy machines Throughout
Oh, that
all
was
of the-
22, I'm sorry. Go ahead, 22.
So throughout all the departments, you'll see that there are reductions in leases and rentals as it relates to photocopiers, other than in Department of Innovation and Technology, which saw an increase as they absorbed those costs.
Okay, and then on that same page, I had added these two together, there was a $15,000 decrease in consultants.
Yeah, so that, through the chair, that relates to the assessment center. There's not an assessment center plan for FY '24, so that cost came out.
Okay. And, all right, so that was the same on on a couple of other pages. So I understand that. So the other last question that I had was regarding building maintenance and repairs. How are we doing in that? Because I know that I've heard an awful lot. That is a very tired building. And I know for a long time we were dealing with only one elevator for a long time, and then several weeks we had none. So people were certainly getting their steps in. But I know that it's an old building and it requires a lot of maintenance. And so how are we doing with planning for that?
Through the chair to the council, I can answer that. You are correct. There's still only one elevator working in that building. The main elevators are currently not working. The hope is to get them right soon. Oh, they just started working. So see, it just happened.
Through the chair to the manager, they're all.
It just started.
Yeah,
it just
they all
happened because
work.
they
Yeah,
weren't.
just-
No, they were only using just one. So that's a good sign. The other thing is we're looking at the HVAC system. The heating and cooling system in that building is completely gone. They spent a lot of the last summer hot heat. They had no heat. No AC. So there were a tough time there. There's significant roofing issues as well in that building. Leaks. Where people have to put buckets out for some of the leaks in that building. The building is very old and needs a lot of support, a lot of maintenance. So we are putting a temporary solution for the HVAC system. It's budgeted here in the Department of Facilities. They will be doing actually it's under the police budget. They're doing a temporary solution as part of their OM, where you will see the increase. It's in the capital funds for the long-term solution.
Okay.
And you'll see that as part of the capital budget. And so we have a long-term solution. It just is going to take a little bit longer than anticipated. But in the short term, we have a short-term solution that will hopefully in the next few months we'll start to get that going.
So knowing that it is still, we're putting Band-Aids on, on a very old building. So what are the long-term plans for a new station and possibly even perhaps a new public safety center?
Yeah, the chief and I have some conversations about some ideas. Nothing has been in fruition or even starting a design or anything. It's just been conversations between the chief and I. There is some ideas and thoughts about different precincts across the city rather than just one central station. But again, these are just ideas and thoughts that we've had, and there's no current plans or funding or anything of that nature right now. We're just in discussions to try to support and maintain the building as much as possible. But again, we're just exploring conversations right now about the future.
I would think that the property that building is located would be exceptionally desirable for a business coming in, and maybe we should be taking a look at seeing that, if there's interest in that, because that could assist in supporting the new proposed or the thought of possibly doing districts instead of a huge headquarters. So maybe you could take a look at that as well moving forward. But I want to thank you all very much for your professionalism and the thoroughness in maintaining a budget that doesn't have any increases and still trying to do your job, as I said, work smarter and not harder and doing more with less. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, you've gone to the graduation and come back, and we're still right where you left us. Mr. Chairman, through you to the chief, first of all, this captain system that was put in about a little over a year ago, it's working great as far as I can see. It really is. It's helped out an awful lot on the district level as far as at least in my district. And it's I don't know what it's done for streamlining within your management standpoint, but it's done very, very well. I don't know if it's the captains that I've had to interact with that have been very good, but if it's a system or if it's just them, but whatever it is, it's working. And I congratulate the administration for putting that forward. Mr. Chairman, a couple of quick questions, though, because I know the hour is late and we have other items on the agenda. Question for you, and I think I asked this last year during the budget session, and quite frankly, I don't remember the exact answer, but when the Woo Sox have a game on, there is a lot of police activity down there with patrols, with traffic details moving people along. I know the officers that are in the field, in the facility, I would believe, are paid detail, and correct me if I'm wrong, but where is the line between paid detail, overtime, and regular, just for moving traffic along through that area?
Chief?
Or is there a line?
Through the chair to the counselor, we had a group that we have the detail officers, and we'd worked with the administration and for Polar Park and for the Woo Sox, trying to get them to pick up a little more of the offices. We have, because of overtime, we were using overtime for many offices, to including a captain, to oversee the project. But we've since eliminated that, trying to work with Polar Park. So we have had a few calls to some of the parking garages that we would patrol. We patrolled a lot. Once again, they don't feel it was their responsibility, and they did not pick up these overtime shifts, or even a few of them. So we do still, at times, if we feel it's, they wanted the bomb dog to come through. If the officer is on regular time, we'll still send him through. They won't pay the overtime for the dog officer, and we would bring the mounted patrol down, but they'll only come now usually on weekends when it's on regular time. So we're not contributing right now. We're not contributing any overtime to Polar Park.
Okay, but through you, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, just to be clear, I'm not necessarily talking about the officers that are in the park. I'm talking about the ones that are moving traffic along out in Kelly Square.
Through
and
the
side
chair, they're
streets and
detailed.
that.
They are detail paid by the organization.
So they're all through the ballpark.
They're all through the ballpark, yes,
So
sir.
that's why there's nothing in the budget as far as, line items for them, or they're not included anywhere else that you could think of.
Through the chair, yes. No, we are not using any of city overtime, any police overtime for Polar Park.
Okay.
We started the season off with that in mind, but we just felt that they should have been picking up the tab, and I do still worry. I worry about the public safety, but I do think it's their responsibility, and they should be paying.
No, I agree with you on that. Mr. Chairman, my last question through the chief. Many times we've talked about congestion around some of the schools on let-out time. Not to get into specifics, we all know conversations we had in this chamber last week and other weeks about congestion around specific schools. But has there been, is there any way we could, or has there been any plan by the police department to work with the school office, the school department on that? Or because the answer that I've heard from folks is that it's shift time. It's like when the one shift gets out and another one's coming on, and it's a difficult time for any kind of coverage. Is that the issue, or is there something we could do to
Chief?
help assist there.
Through the chair to the council, no, it's not the issue. We have offices, we still use our school liaison offices. They'll still stay at some of the schools and help with traffic. We also, at a need, if a community, if one of the schools asks for some help, we'll go up. We can't, we have 40-something schools, and many of them were built when students walked to school, so buses become an issue, whether it's Belmont Community or Hollow Street or, Roosevelt. Roosevelt has always been a problem. We do put plans together. Lieutenant Walsh does a tremendous job of going into the schools, speaking to the administration from the schools, trying to give them help, trying to give them some ideas. Sometimes the schools will adhere to our requests. Sometimes they start off and then it does become chaos for the students and the students' parents. I get that, walking to and from. But it is a problem. It's a problem with every single school for the most part, because of buses, because of, like I say, the foot traffic is almost at a minimal for these, especially for the little kids, which walk, crossing streets and doing all those things. And then you have 15 buses lined up on a side street that was not designed to have 15 buses. And then we have cars coming to and from work. So it's an issue. We work with the schools. We do our best, and we try to advise them on what the best routes would be, but sometimes the parents and the drivers don't always adhere to the rules.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, just to add a little bit to that, to the chair, to the council. After the conversation we had here on the floor about Roosevelt and understanding, the issues around Roosevelt, I live near there. I asked the Commissioner of Transportation to start a process in looking through about some remedies to reach out to the schools to do that, in terms of not only the school, but also some areas that are hot topic or of concern, significant concerns. And if there's a way that we can provide some short-term solutions, and what can we do in terms of infrastructure for a long-term solution of our streets and sidewalks that could improve our access to our schools. So I've asked the Commissioner of Transportation to start looking at that and reach out to the schools.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I'm just happy to hear that it's not a budgetary constraint. I thought it might have been on the police side, but I'm happy to hear that those options are all open.
Well, through the chair to the council, those are many suggestions. Some of them definitely would have to go through council. I believe in some of these neighborhoods, one-way streets for a certain time. I know it's an inconvenience for the residents, and I hate to inconvenience the residents, especially for those who've been there for generations. But a one-way street is much safer, whether it's one way in and one way out for a short period of time. Residency parking, I think, is very important, because our residents, and we need to enforce the residency parking for the residents, those that are coming into the neighborhoods to drop their kids off, and we don't want to inconvenience them, but they're also taking residents' parking spots, which becomes an inconvenience once again for the residents of the neighborhood. But I do think that working with traffic and working with Lieutenant Walsh, some good ideas could be put together. Like I say, a one-way street coming into some of these streets for a time period, maybe like they have the 2-hour no left-hand turn. We could discuss maybe certain times of day to be a one-way street to come into the school, so we're not going against each other, one way in, one way out, and then on the way for the last hour of school, the hour after school, do the same thing. I know it would be an inconvenience for a while, but it's something to think about.
And each one is unique, I presume. Each school is unique, they're different issues.
Well, we would work with them, sir, absolutely, because they know the structure, they know what the problems they've been having, and how can we fix those problems, whether it's something like that or something even easier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All set? I think we're all set, so I just want to thank you, Chief, and looking forward to your next crime stat report. The other one was excellent, so much appreciated, and also looking forward to summer impact. We get a report maybe when that's over, and how the impact. That's been over 15 years. I think we've been the closest, probably the 20 years we've been doing it. 15 to 20 years.
Sir. Yeah.
Over 15.
Oh,
so,
no, you're right. I was a captain, so 20 years.
Yeah, then that's a good program that we do, and looking forward to the next police graduation, and so keep up the good work, the men and women of the department. I won't ask. I know people asked 100 questions already, so.
Thank you, sir.
Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. It's an overall budgetary question, but it's related to this department. Through the chair to the administration, do we have an idea of the budgetary impact of resolved litigation on our overall budget for this particular department? It's a question I'd like to have in the form of an order for citywide. But, you know, I think that this department does do a lot of good work. I appreciate that work. There's also opportunities to learn and grow. And we've had some recent settlements, and I'm not sure where to find that in the budget. Is that hit this fiscal year? Is it hit next fiscal year? What has hit this fiscal year? So through the chair, I don't know if the solicitor's on. Do we have an idea of the budgetary impact of any settlements as relates to this particular department that's before us, or judgments through the chair?
That's in the, within the law department?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on.
Yeah, so we can get the specific through the chair to the council. We can get specific and order back with those specifics. I know that there was a public records request on that a while back, and we had submitted that. The recent settlement that you see in the newspaper wasn't something that just recently came. That was already settled a few years back. It was actually settled, I believe, I want to say, during this fiscal year was paid out, or last fiscal year. So. But there is anticipated court judgments that we budget for, and that's part of the law department. You'll see the court judgments allocations to that, and so that it's part of, you know, the kind of the funding structure that we anticipate of what's coming. But currently, right now, there's, you know, I'll be happy to bring a report because I couldn't tell you exactly what that number is.
Thank you. I think that would be helpful. I know we had a significant lawsuit regarding promotions and Spencer Tatum and them folks. I'm not sure when that hit. That was a couple years ago, I believe. How that's hitting, what's the budgetary impact for that particular matter. And I think it would be helpful. I know that we do budget sometimes in contingency, sometimes in both places for litigation. We have had other litigation, other departments. I think if there's a way to kind of have that broken down for us, it would be helpful moving forward. Thank you.
See the report. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. And thank you. Oh, motion to approve. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, unless my colleagues have specific questions, I'd like to move approval of the fire department before we go to break.
I'm good. Is everybody good? One question?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a standing questions I've asked for all the departments as relates to some of the good work that's being done here. Looking for any sort of budgetary impact as it relates to the diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. I know that there is a lot of work that's being done there for recruitment, and wonder if there's any staffing dollars that's allotted for that. We do not have a diversity or equity officer at this time. I'm sure, I know firsthand that work is ongoing. We just heard from the police department regarding hiring 2 workers to do the work of the late great Sergeant Lito. And, you know, I wanted to know for this department, is there funding for that sort of work in terms of staff or teaming or, you know, a specific organization plan around that through the chair?
Chief?
Through the chair to the councilor, we don't have a specific line item budget that's listed in the budget, but when we work out our departmental or our divisional budgets, once the budget is approved internally, we usually put $20,000 in overtime towards the diversity, equity, inclusion, their work with the recruitment, and also training for the department members. In addition to that, we also have a certain amount of OM available to, again, support that, that mission. And also if we need to bring in specialized training to support that as well.
Thank you. I know that under your leadership, this has been a point of emphasis, and I think that's important, particularly as we continue to grow and evolve as a city. Mr. Chairman, they say that your budget reflects your values, with regards to trainings related to diversity and inclusion, I know that's also part of the plan here and the overall management strategy. Is there a cost out or a costing that you could share with us regarding the diversity and inclusion trainings that have occurred to date? Do we have an idea of what that cost was or what we're anticipating for fiscal '24?
Mr. Manager or Mr. McGurthy? The Chief?
Through the chair, I don't believe it's broken out through overtime within the fire department, and the cost of trainings and the like would be through the diversity, equity, and inclusion budget.
Okay. And with regards to overtime, can you talk a little bit about overtime? I know that last budget we talked about overtime. I think it was last budget due to lack of staffing, as there was a focus on kind of meeting the recommendations of the, I'm gonna call it fire department audit. I don't remember the exact name of it. But if you could share if there's been any movement in the overtime portion of this budget through the chair.
Chief?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes, we put in some staffing changes and deployment changes beginning this fiscal year, and we dealt with a almost record staffing shortage. We went down to 368 uniform personnel at some point in this year, and then it went up when our 30 recruits graduated in December. So we are using more overtime because of that number, and because of the staffing policies that we have put into place. We worked with this current budget that's submitted to you now to try to move around as much money as possible to show a better real staffing need or staffing overtime need for staffing operations, which means we're putting a firefighter on a fire truck for that overtime spend. So we went through some OM items and we went through some overtime that was in other areas and moved it into that item, and that's why you see an increase this year to our overtime staffing budget, which was called I think it's listed on the manpower overtime, but it's that's our staffing overtime.
Is that the 2.3 recommended overtime?
That's correct.
That's up a little bit. In our staffing, are we at on the plus side since the last fiscal year in terms of staffing? I know we're down, but overall, my understanding is that we should be on the plus side of what we were the previous fiscal year. And what is that number through the chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, when we graduated that class in December, we reached 412 uniformed firefighters, which was the highest number that we've had since 2004. We're now currently down to 407 through attrition since then, and we will be back up to 425, we believe, with the graduation of the current recruit class. Again, reaching another milestone of the highest since 2004.
That's great. I think that's certainly a reflection on your leadership. I think it's also a reflection on our firefighters and their union and the administration and the council coming together to make sure that we are doing better. Last question through the chair is, as it relates to the fire safety audit, do we anticipate any sort of funding needs that are not a part of this budget? So any recommendations are not realized, it might be a sort of a capital purchase or additional trainings? Is there anything that we can anticipate moving forward with regards to that, those recommendations through the chair to the administration?
Chief?
Through the chair to the counselor, so we put a lot of work and effort into implementing those recommendations over this past year, and we continue to do that work. We're looking at this year as really a year that we are evaluating the progress that we've made in making the recommended revisions and to what we've already implemented based off of how everything is evaluated, how everything is working. We do believe that the staffing level still needs to increase so that we can have what we believe in what the national standard is on staffing. But that's going to take some time to get to that, and we knew that. We were also, we just need to, in this year is a kind of a, like I said, an evaluative year with the training, but we're going to have to keep our eye on making sure that we are keeping up to date with the national standards of training.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, there's some good work being done here. There's always room for improvement. And I think that was reflected in the audit. Certainly look forward to continued improvement with this department. I know that the diversity efforts led by Will Mosley and the chief are extremely important. I'm just wondering if we can get a report back. You don't have to necessarily answer this, but if we can get a report back regarding those numbers. And lastly, we talked a little bit earlier about civil service and test taking. It's my understanding that your department has perhaps looked to provide some support for folks who are willing to take the exam. Is that accurate, or am I wrong? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the counselor. So we did look into seeing if we could provide some support, but District Chief Mosley did a fantastic job advocating with state civil service, and the entrance exam price was reduced sharply. I believe it's $75 now, down from $350, I think it was. So that is a huge success, and we think that removed a very large barrier. His program, he does have programs for promotional opportunities where they've helped to make sure that a library of promotional study material is available to anyone who needs it.
Do we have an idea of how many? You know what? I don't even want to know that. I'll ask for a report. I was curious regarding how many firefighters are still living in the city. I think it's important. I wanted to make sure I asked some of these questions that under your leadership and your deputy's leaderships in the work of, Will Mosley and all those folks, that, this has to happen with the support of the superiors, and to have the state come forward and significantly reduce that cost, I think is going to go a long way. I look forward to continued efforts and look forward to where we're going with regards to the audit moving forward as we continually improve. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion to approve
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
with the auditors. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio? Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Councilor Nian?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to take a meet back at 8 o'clock or so and take a quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. The last department is education, so, okay. And our audience, you're more than welcome to some dinner tonight and in the next room. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene in finance. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Everybody calm?
Here.
Councilor Calorio?
Here.
Councilor Haji?
Here.
Councilor King?
Here.
Councilmember Carlson?
Here.
Councilor Nian?
Here.
Councilor Rivera?
Here.
Councilor Rose?
Here.
Councilor Russell?
Here.
Councilor Toomey?
Here.
And Mayor Petty?
Here. Okay, we're on page 161, Public Schools. Madam Superintendent. Mr. Allen. Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Allen.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay, Sean
I
Rose is
recuse.
going to recuse himself from this? Okay. Mr. McGurthy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next entity is the Worcester Public Schools, as you mentioned, represented by Superintendent Menares and Deputy Superintendent Allen. The recommended appropriation for the schools is $462,693,121, which is approximately an 11% increase over FY23. Other education funding that is going through the city includes charter school tuition assessment at $40 million, school choice tuition assessment at $3.8 million, and special education assessments at $216,000.
Madam Superintendent?
Good evening, Mayor Petty, City Council members, City Manager, City Clerk, and our Worcester residents. Tonight, before we get into questions and answers, I would think it's important to give some context to how the budget was designed this school year and just some clarity as we prepare to enter into school year 23-24. So I have a few slides to do that. Next slide, please. Most specifically, when leading a large organization, it's really imperative to have clear priorities of where we want to go, outcomes to achieve, and really the why behind it. So tonight I will be sharing with you the priorities for Worcester Public Schools, how we got to all of that. And as we think about finances and know that they are finite, I want to share also challenges and opportunities that I think that we can really embark upon as a city. So when the school committee hired me, what was requested is for me to really engage with the community, families, staff, and students. And so I conducted a very thorough listening and learning tour. It took us through the first half of the school year, or to December, I apologize. And the following themes emerged. The community and everyone I spoke to, hundreds of people, requested that we have a plan on modernizing and creating safe facilities. I'll go deeper into that towards the end of this presentation. Address climate and culture at our schools, making sure our schools are welcoming and belonging spaces. All stakeholders very much enjoyed having the opportunity to engage with Worcester Public Schools, and so improving our communication and increased engagement. Plan for wellness and mental health supports for our scholars. A strength of the district are the various programs that we offer. What the community asked also is that we have equitable resources and equitable educational programs, and then finally making sure that we have the most talented as well as diverse staff working for our children. And so these are the themes that came out of it. And in addition to these themes, as we designed the budget for moving into next school year 23-24, we also looked at what educational and organizational research tells us are the key drivers, and that's how we came up with the budget recommendations. So the next slide goes a bit into what are some big ideas that we believe all schools deserve in Worcester Public Schools. We have continued to invest in smaller class sizes. We have continued to make sure that our salaries recruit and retain the most talented and diverse employees. And we're looking towards innovative teaching practices as we prepare our children for their future. We've revamped our current budget to make sure that we meet these core priorities and what the listening and learning tour showed. I heard Councillor King mention before that the budget reflects priorities, and so we're very much intending on doing that as we move forward. So let me highlight just a few of what can be found in our budget, starting with the well-being and resources and services. The budget now we're recommending to our school committee, because we know that all of this is recommendations to the school committee. Using the national standards for school counseling, we have budgeted to be able to have 250 students to one counselor. We're also adding additional school psychologists, as well as being very active in recruiting to fill vacancies. We want to add additional nursing staff, so then when a nurse is out for any reason, we have a backup plan. And then we want to continue our partnership with our community providers, specifically in the area of mental health supports. When it goes to family connections, we heard this loud and clear, and we want to make sure that every school, not just some schools, every school has a wraparound coordinator. And so we have looked at our Title I, which is federal funding, to make sure that that is available to all of our schools, as well as recommending to our committee to add additional clerical at our elementary schools who can engage with our families when our families come on campus, as well as help to support making sure our children are on campus, so any kind of attendance needs. Future-ready mindset. So schools have to be preparing our children for the future, and we all know that the future has changed dramatically, and it will continue to change. In order for our educators to be prepared for that future, we have to plan to develop them. And so we have budgeted for professional learning for our staff so that they can be prepared to get our children ready for careers that do not even exist. That includes, we have at Wawikis Road School, we are going to start what's called a Innovation Academy, a Spark Academy actually, where we're going to take some future-ready learning and start that work there, as well as Spark teachers throughout our district to really start putting that spark into what the future will hold. So our budget includes that. When it comes to academic acceleration intervention supports, we are actually taking our existing district staff, so people that already work for us, and we've already spoken with them about really putting them into quadrant teams so that our schools are working collectively and really supporting down where the children and the staff is. And so this is not necessarily a lot of fiscal impact. It's a reorganizing the chess pieces on the chessboard with a few additional staff that then help to give some consistent supports to schools. In addition, we are piloting a full day, what we're calling Preppy K, at one of our elementary schools, which will provide extended learning for our youngest scholars, those children that start school when they're 4.5 in a kindergarten setting and then do not turn 5 until December. That's a long time into the schooling, so we want to give them extra time, and we're going to start that at one of our schools. And then finally, I've got two more. Educational, making sure that our educators have time to learn with each other and learn from each other as we move into this future ready. They need time to learn with and from each other, and so we've included additional times in our calendar for our educators to do just that. And then finally, safe and secure learning environments. We want to make sure that we're allocating, and we are, using some of our existing funds that will be coming to us to implement the recommendations that we anticipate coming forth to us from the safety audit that is closing up. We started on a safety audit about winter of this school year and have had this company come and audit every single one of our schools for the physical safety as well as our protocols and procedures. They will be bringing us recommendations, and so we've put some funds aside for that to start implementing those recommendations. So these are just some of the highlights of what we've planned that will be actualized through. So these are some of the highlights that are planned to actualize what came out of the listening and learning tour, as well as what we know all schools need and deserve. So now I just want to go quickly, because there's been a lot of conversation about funding, and that's what we're here for tonight. So how does Massachusetts fund education in our schools? And we receive money, what's called the general fund, in two different ways. There's the local contribution, which is what comes from the city council, right? And then there is the state aid. Now, because of Worcester, we're 75% of our total budget that was just mentioned by our city, I'm sorry, I forgot our CBO for our city, CFO. 75% of that comes from state funds. And then the remaining, of course, comes from the local contribution. The next slide tells us how does that local contribution, how is that made? So the general fund is determined by 3 buckets, if you will. First is enrollment. In Worcester, we've had an increase in enrollment. We have actually had more of an increase in enrollment than throughout the state. So I hear our mayor talk about how Worcester is a welcoming community, and it is. And we bring many children here. We're back to close to pre-pandemic numbers. So there are more funds coming to the district as a result of that. An additional space where we're getting more money is the Student Opportunity Act. This is a phase-in act, and so we're being phased in, and more money is coming to us through that. And then finally through inflation, which sometimes is called COLA. And so money is coming to us through that. So there are 3 different ways that money comes to Worcester, comes to the city of Worcester, which makes up the foundation budget. This is really like the base foundation that school districts must receive from the city per MGL Chapter 70, which is the local minimal spending requirement. And you all know this is all new to me, so I have spent a lot of time trying to make sure I understand how money gets to us and what are all the different conversations that we're having. So the city is required to distribute this funding to the school district. Our school committee is the one who then determines, or we make recommendations to the school committee, which is what's in the budget book. And then the final budget is approved through the school committee. So this foundation money is meant to support operating, making sure the district can operate. That includes staffing. That includes programs that you heard me speak to. That includes support services that you heard me speak to. The professional development that our staff needs in order to be really providing innovative learning opportunities, and things like instructional supplies. Next slide. So the foundation budget covers everything, with the exception of one big area that we keep hearing about. And so I just want to make sure that we're all understanding, we're on the same page. And then I really want to, I'm looking forward to us coming together and coming up with some really innovative solutions. We serve close to 24,500 students, more or less. The Worcester Public Schools is made up of 60 buildings. Now, some of those, the majority are schools, and then we also have some Head Start programs in that. We have our Parent Information Center, and we have the administration building. Of those 60 buildings, and some of the schools are more than one building, of course, 11 of them were constructed before the 1900s. That's a really long time. And they're beautiful. They're beautiful buildings, very much like City Hall. 14 of those 60 were constructed between 1900 to 1940. And so as we know, buildings that are older, I just moved into a home that was constructed in 1909, require a lot of modernization, right? You have to do upkeep for those buildings. What I have learned is that in 2017, there was a comprehensive facilities assessment that was done on these 60 buildings. And at that time, what was recommended was 22 of those buildings needed to be replaced or receive major renovation. 22 of the 60 in 2017. And also, there were buildings, not of those 22 that needed to be replaced or majorly renovated. There were other buildings that also needed urgent building needs. And at that time in 2018, when it was budgeted, that was close to $70 million of budgeting needs. Now, what I shared in the previous slides for the foundation budget, that doesn't address these needs. So there's some work to be done, right? And this is the team to make this happen. So let me finish by saying, well, then how do we get funding streams? And there's 2 ways right now, but I'm going to say that I really look forward to coming up with some solutions collectively for the city on this third part. The first one is through, City Clerk, we're going to do some clicking, if you would. Okay, so if you would click for me. I want to see which one's going to come up first. All right, so the first one is the capital projects, which the city has been providing for us. And so the capital projects is to address things like plumbing, restrooms, school safety, that's like door locks and buzzers, that kind of thing. Renovations in the area of electrical upgrades, lighting, flooring, HVAC, traffic and parking, ADA accessibility, because as you know, if you start making changes to older buildings, then we have to start meeting the ADA requirements. Fire alarm systems, masonry, you know, walls, foundation, those kind of things, and then playgrounds. For the schools that we have, which is close to 50 actual, no, it's more than that, so the 60 buildings, the $3.5 million really just can't cover all of this, right? Now, I'm not saying that this is what the city needs to do. I just want to I want to paint a picture of this because I think we have some work we can do together. The other funding source is the Massachusetts School Building Authority. And we hear a lot about this, right? And there's two projects that the Massachusetts School Building Authority, which is an application process, allows for. One is the accelerated repair, where they will repair boilers, windows, and roofs. None of which is on the other side, right? So they're very clear that these are the three areas that they'll repair. I know that our mayors throughout Massachusetts have requested that they start to refund the accelerated repair because even MSBA is running out of money. So I want to thank the mayors. I want to thank City Council because you've been behind this work in the core project side of it, right? So the renovation or full replacement, that's the other part that we have been utilizing as a city. And so we have already replaced under the leadership of the city, Nelson Place, and we've replaced South, and now, as you know, Duarte's in process. And even when MSBA does approves a new replacement or renovation, they only fund up to 80%. So the city is still picking up another 20%. And then we know what is originally budgeted out and then what ends up being costs the city more. So again, I don't want this to sound like that that we have not been trying to make this work. I just think we need to start pulling together and do something there's a missing piece. And it's that part that I've got up on top, which is modernization upgrades. When speaking with MSBA, their statement, when I asked them about these other pieces, how do we improve our plumbing in our very old and beautiful facilities? How do we improve our electrical? They say that's the responsibility of the city and through the capital projects. But we know that there is a finite amount of money that a city has. And so how might we, and this is the next slide, really start to come together? Because we found a problem. It's very clear. Our community is asking us, we need to do something for our schools. We know there's only so much money available. How can we work together as a city in tandem with the city manager, which he and I have had multiple conversations, with city council, with school committee, and then with our local legislator, to go to the state and say, we want to find a solution that can work, and we need to do this together rather than apart from each other. So with that, I open it up to questions.
Thank you. Council Corio?
Thank you. So a couple of things I just wanted clarification on, through the chair, either to the superintendent or to Mr. Allen. I'm looking at the student enrollment graph here, and right now, presently, am I correct to say that we have 24,318? Is that our enrollment number at this time, Mr. Allen?
Sir Allen?
Through the chair, that's our enrollment as of October 1st of 2022, yes.
Okay, so when I look at that, it looks like we haven't been at 24,318 in over a decade. So it looks like 2011 was the last time we were there. So we went from 2011 to 2018 in an upward spiral. And we went up to 25,418 in 2018. Then we took a nosedive, and we went up 60,000 in the last 6,000, I think, in the last year. That being said, while I am glad we're optimistic about more enrollment, the numbers don't support that. Mr. Allen, or Superintendent, Why do we feel our numbers are going to go up?
Mr. Allen?
Through the chair, so the enrollment decline has been experienced nationwide, and actually some of our peer communities in the state have seen a continued enrollment decline. Based on the enrollment forecasting that we use NASDAQ and we do our own internal forecasting, we do anticipate an increase, slight increase in enrollment over the next several years.
Okay, thank you. That cleared that up. Okay, so then going to the page 161 in our budget book, looking at the first line, which is salaries, which is the fiscal year approved budget 2023 and recommended 2024. We have a $34 million increase. Now, Superintendent, it was nice to hear that you were putting money into some of the front lines, wraparound nursing, psychologists, social workers. In that number itself, in the $34 million, how many teachers are you increasing, Mr. Allen? Do you have that number?
Mr. Allen?
Through the chair, there's 75 new teaching positions in next year's budget.
75 new teachers. How many new administrators?
Through the chair, beyond what was already added this year, I don't know that there are any new beyond what was already added post the approval of last year's budget.
Okay, through the chair, let me just back that up a little bit. So at the beginning of last budget and this budget, how many new administrators are there? So even if they were incorporated through the year, what would you say?
The net increase is at 5.
5, okay. All right. The other thing is, I just wanted to, through the chair to the city manager, I know we've talked about this quite a few times, but I was just wondering if you could just run down some numbers with us of some of the recent investments that we've made in these schools, as in some of the capital investments we've done with different areas. If you could just talk a little bit about that.
Mr. Manager?
Or Mr. McCarthy?
I'll have Tim this.
Okay.
Through the chair, we don't necessarily have a comprehensive list, and part of this, the way the city budget works, is we allocate the $3.5 million and $500,000 to the schools for their determination of priorities. Where the city is directly involved is through the MSBA program, as mentioned. And right now, we have approximately $500 million of programs underway, projects underway. The big ones being South High School and Doherty, which were mentioned. But there's also smaller initiatives going on at places like Challenge and Reach, Burncoat Prep, Tatnick Magnet, Vernon High, Lincoln Street, Worcester East Middle, and Worcester Arts Magnet, some of which are nearing completion. Others, we're now doing ADA investments. That is another area where the city is contributing. The city's putting $10 million of ARPA funding towards those ADA improvements. The number may prove to be higher than the 10 million, but that was an initial component. With those capital investments, we then carried the debt service, which was what was mentioned, and in the presentation the city manager made at the beginning of the process is the kind of debt component of all these capital investments stays on the city side. It's not part of the school's responsibility, it's part of the city's responsibility. And so this year, we're looking at about a $15 million capital debt service cost related to Worcester Public Schools projects.
Okay, thank you. And I just had one more follow-up question to Mr. Allen, or the superintendent, either one. The 75 new teachers, which grades, did we focus on a certain grade to reduce the student-teacher ratio, or was it just spread out all over?
Madam Superintendent?
So in our elementaries, our goal is to have a student-teacher ratio of 19.7. That's our average right now.
Good.
The additional staff that gets hired is based off of what our principals tell us they need in order to meet program needs. So for example, we're adding additional teacher at the Burncoat Middle School so that we can expand our dual immersion program. And then whatever our principals tell us, we're adding additional Chapter 74 teachers at Doherty. So it's based off of what the schools tell us they need. We do have a teacher contract that requires a certain ratio.
Thank you. It's good to see that you'd increase that Chapter 74. That's something good. Okay, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we got a motion to approve. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the administration.
George, right in the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, I said I wanted to thank the superintendent for her presentation, and, you know, and obviously it's a task that's hanging over the whole city's head. Not only dealing with the day-to-day operations of the school department, which from what I can see, she's doing a great job doing. From what I can see, from my role as a district counselor and my role as a resident, I always say if the phone is ringing on the district councilors, no matter what it is, and the phone hasn't been ringing about the school department since the new superintendent has been there. So, but that being said, you know, it's no secret that I've been advocating for some specific things in District 3 for a long time, long before the superintendent was here, before to the previous administration and the previous school committees even. And, you know, and I want to be perfectly clear. I, in no way, am trying to micromanage anything in city government, in the city administration, or in the school department, by any means. All I'm doing is basically relaying, if you will, the frustration of neighborhood residents, neighborhood business owners, and neighborhood families. Frustrations when they deal with traffic issues around Roosevelt, frustrations when they send kids to school at East Middle School and have sheets of plastic hanging from every window inside the school with duct tape around them. Frustrations that many of us, all of us in this room, whether it be members of the school committee or members of the council or any of us, and everyone I'm sure listening at home, doesn't want to see. But the question is, where do we go? And with some of these big ticket numbers and big dollar amounts, you know, on these things, the question is, can we be doing something on a temporary basis, or at least on a piece-by-piece basis, to address some of these issues, similar to what we do on the city side? I know the school department does some of this because I see it on their capital requests as their capital budgets as they come forward. But, you know, how many times do we look at the parks construction and you say, gee, the park, this is what the whole package is going to cost, but we don't have anywhere near that kind of money this year, so let's put a little bit, let's try and take a step there and get on a path to where we can correct these items. Mr. Chairman, what I'm going to request, and, you know, if the administration would like to talk about it now, that's great, but what I'm looking for is a detailed report about traffic concerns. I know there's been conversation about Burncoat too. Burncoat's not in my district, so I'm far from an expert there, but I'll include that in with it, because that was part of the conversation last week and in other weeks when we talked about items on the floor. But I'm asking for formally, I've asked to Mr. Allen, I've asked the principal at Roosevelt, I've asked Mr. Hackett, the new facilities person, who seems to be great, someone who really understands the neighborhood, really understands what's going on. But I'm asking for a formal report to provide what it's going to take to rectify the traffic and parking issues around Roosevelt. I think that's a fair report to ask for, so I'll ask for that in a formal motion. In that report, I'd like to show details, locations, estimates of where the $3.5 million was when myself and Rep. Keefe and Rep. Donahue met with Mr. Allen a few months ago. I almost fell off the chair when he told me he thought it was going to be $2 million, and now that number is turned into $3.5 million. And so I'd like to see what those how we're coming up with that $3 million number for, I think, for Roosevelt, and a $3.5 million also for Burncoat, just to see where that number is coming. And, you know, if that's the case, that's the case. But in the meantime, there are many, and that's my motion, first of all, Mr. Chairman. So they've
Okay,
put
so-
that as a formal motion, but then I have
Sure.
a couple of questions that we'll follow up with. Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, is there anything we can do on a temporary basis? Oh, and by the way, on that report, I also wanted to locate, if any, the locations of any wetlands. I read the blog of committee member Novick, who pointed out that there was a stream and a brook nearby, and I believe it is, but I think it's probably more than 200 feet away. But I'd like to see the location of that and how that would affect it. Maybe that's one of the reasons why the costs are going to be involved. But I'd like to see that in the report also. And then, Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, on multiple occasions in meetings with you and on items on the floor, we've talked about other suggestions. Committee member Beelman was nice enough to ask me to detail those, and I was happy that she put the effort into talking to me about that, and I gave her a list of a bunch of different temporary things that may be done. Are any of those addressed in the budget that is here before us, or do we have any temporary things that we could do to try and alleviate the traffic and parking situation at Roosevelt? And are they addressed in the budget, or do they need to be addressed additionally?
Mr. Allen?
Through the chair, so the new facilities team, so I understand you've spoken to the assistant director this past week. They are looking at some temporary solution, including moving some parking to the right front side of the school to free up potentially traffic loop on the left-hand side of the school. So, which does not separate bus traffic from parent pickup. So, but they are looking at different options that wouldn't be over the initial estimate that we received from the Mount Vernon Architect Group of over $3 million.
Again, please, through you, the chair. Did you
Say
say
that
they
again.
would be above or would not?
Would not, they're looking at options that would be less costly than the full ideal solution for the school.
But through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Allen, is there any temporary things, somewhat like we did, was talking with the mayor the other day, we talked about one of the schools, another part of the city where the city actually leased some spaces from nearby business properties that are nearby. Is there anything like that in the budget or anything being considered?
Through the chair, so we can certainly look at that. What we believe the issue to be is the traffic loop, not a parking issue per se. So we've got to figure out how to get vehicles off of Grafton Street and looping through the school property to get them off the street. And so what we need to do is free up some of the spots, whether it's on property and move some parking spaces over to a different space on school property, or leasing some spots. That's what the facilities department is looking at now, is what's the best solution to free up space on the school property so the parents can loop within the school.
I volunteer, Mr. Chairman, as a member of the school council at Roosevelt. I volunteered at just about every school in the district over the years I've been on the council, and there are different school councils. And one of the things that the principal mentioned to me was that she said that the big deal is getting two vehicles or two ways out of the back. If that's something we could do on a temporary basis also, just to try to alleviate some of this immediately. That's what I'm looking for, just so that the administration hears it once and for all from me. But I'd appreciate it if the school administration could work as Councilor Nuyens put forward an item that we passed last week. They work with the administration, our administration, and the city manager and the mobility department to try and alleviate some of those issues, not only long-term, because quite frankly, when we hear such a large number, the neighbors and the folks the folks that I talk to, they feel as though it's like saying, well, that's never going to happen, because there are so many other needs in the school department as far as capital. There are so many needs, as outlined by our superintendent in her presentation today. So if we're going to put a number in the multi-millions for a parking issue, that's probably something that's not going to see the top of the pile. So in the meantime, we need to talk about short-term, less costly, more reasonable type of things that we would do in the private sector when we deal with these kinds of things. Mr. Chairman, the other issue that I talk about all the time is the windows. State Rep Donahue and State Rep Keefe, as well as the rest of our delegation, worked with Mr. Allen to try and identify the $7 million, another number that makes you fall off the chair when you think about it, $7 million for windows at East Middle School to try and finally, once and for all, take down those plastic sheets and the duct tape from the windows. How are we going with that? Is any of that, I know you, Mr. Allen, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Allen, we had said that there was maybe some extra money that was going to be needed to get over that $7 million. Is any of that in the budget? And or is that where the bathroom item that East Middle School is that what that's about?
Mr. Allen?
Through the chair, so the cost of the window replacements should be covered by the grant that we're eligible for any window that is deemed to be inoperable. So we've been working with an architectural firm to actually provide us a report to indicate which windows are operable, which ones are inoperable. Where we will have funding struggles is where the project costs will trigger ADA upgrades for the building. And so while we think we can cover the full cost of window replacements through the grant, we'll have to have conversations about how to cover the ADA upgrades for the school.
Any idea, through you, Mr. Chairman, any idea what those numbers would be? Or is that covered in the $600,000 that's in the capital budget for the bathrooms? Or are we talking, we need an elevator or something else?
Through the chair, we don't know what will be triggered or needed in the building at this time, but those are the estimates that we're working on, and then we can have conversations about how to close that gap.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, have you communicated with the legislators about maybe possibly applying for a waiver for any of the, on those grants? Because from my conversations with one of the representatives tells me that there might be an opportunity for that. There might be, is that something you're working on?
Through the chair, I had a conversation with one of the state reps recently, and that's something we will look at pursuing.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Chairman, what's the timing on that?
Through the chair, we're working on that process right now. That is actually one of the facilities department's priority projects this spring.
Could this money be, through you, Mr. Chairman, could this money be used for something else in some other building? Or is it just, we're just talking about East Middle School? Because quite frankly, that's a concern I have, that we don't seem to be, at least from my standpoint, I know government just moves slow. I remember when I first ran for office, one of my good friends said to me, you're going to be frustrated because you're going to, in private business, it doesn't work like in government. And I'm just wondering, is this something that's just the pace, or is it something that we're looking at other ways to spend that $7 million?
Through the chair, the district's committed to use these funds for Worcester East Middle if we're eligible for them, which it appears that we are. The grant is eligible for any other HVAC type work, but the district is committed to do the windows at Worcester East Middle.
Okay. And again, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I just, you know, is there, let me ask you one more question through you, Mr. Chairman, to either Mr. Allen or to the superintendent. Is there any specific request that you have made or that you can make of this council, of this administration, or is this just an ongoing, because it seems that the numbers are so overwhelming, it's like, is there something specific that you could asking our city manager and our budget team to take another look at, or has it not gone that far?
Madam Superintendent.
Through the chair, Councilmember Russell, there's a few things that that we need to do as a city. So the city manager and I will be sitting down with our two business people and coming up with a more immediate strategy for capital projects. And we actually have a meeting, I believe, this Thursday to start that conversation. So we need to look at, as a city, we've got new housing coming in. We want to, really take this opportunity of this renaissance and come together about what all of our buildings look like and how do we plan for enrollment increases in some areas and maybe changing enrollment in other areas because of some housing projects or housing development that's coming in. So we need to be working, I think, closer with each other on that side of the work so that we are preparing for what's coming down. The other side of it is we need to have a strategy to ask our state to have other ways of funding districts that are as large as Worcester, and there's not a lot of them, right? So we've got Boston, we've got us, and we've got Springfield, and then the numbers drop dramatically. There's not a funding mechanism for us. And that's where we, I believe, together need to have a strategy, create a conversation, and paint that why so that the money is coming from the state level instead of expecting the city to bear this because it's too big, as you've said. It's too big. And I'm going to use Worcester East as an example. So a building will get to a point where MSBA will not approve accelerated repair projects like windows, boilers, and roof because the building is too old and it has too much work to be done. And that's what Worcester East is at now, where we're at a place where they won't consider, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen?
So that's correct. We've actually submitted for accelerated repair for the school because they denied it originally because they indicated it should be a core project. But because of the length of time getting Doherty and Burncoat through the pipeline, through MSBA, we've replaced the boiler, we've replaced the roof, and we would also replace windows as another funding stream along with this grant if the accelerated repair window is still open through MSBA. But MSBA has told us that Worcester East Middle is a core replacement project.
And so I don't want any more of our schools to get to that point, right? And what I didn't share when I presented earlier, but I think is a primary piece that, again, is specific to large districts such as Worcester, is MSBA funds one project at a time, the major accelerate, the core projects. So we can apply for additional core projects while Doherty is under construction, but the odds of us being approved are much lower because there's other cities that need projects, right? So again, I just really think that our answer is for us to come together. Otherwise, it's more money that then we would have to, and finances are finite.
Mr. Chairman, there was an interesting article in the Globe a couple of days ago. I don't know if anyone saw it, but about the funding of the capital funding through the state program, and they said how they were really building more schools for suburban districts than they were for urban districts when it push came to shove, when they did the numbers across the board. So it's clearly, I agree with the superintendent, it's clearly an item that we need to roll up our sleeves and work on together. But make no mistake about it, Mr. Chairman, I ran for city council, I didn't run for school committee. And the only reason why I have been involved in these issues is because I think that they're issues that have major impacts on the people in my district and District 3 and citywide. And the reality is that I can remember when we were talking about Burncoat, and I supported Doherty, I supported South, I even supported putting Burncoat on. But when you think of those large expenditures hanging out and East Middle School being next in line, hopefully, after that, what generation are we going to be talking about where we're at a point where we're building a new East Middle School? And in the meantime, 10, 20 years or more are going to go by, and the children there are going to have, be sitting in classrooms, and the educators, with plastic sheets over their heads, with the wind blowing and actually blowing plastic sheets over them. And it's just not right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counselor. And just to follow up on Counselor Russell's questions when it comes to the finances of the school system, I know in the financial integrity plan that the City Council put together, we've been putting money into this for the education, which we had put more in earlier, but we've put in over the last few years. I think this year it's allocated around $7 million. Maybe we'll get looking at some of that money and trying to address some of these issues. I know I've been talking to the manager. I know you have a meeting on Thursday, I think around noonish or so, 1 o'clock, if you guys can look at all avenues and the financial integrity plan. There is going to be $7 million sitting there. I'm not sure how much that gets you in the bond, but I think 1 million equals, is it 20 million or is it 10 million around there, I think. Mr. McGurthy, what does $1 million give us in bonding capacity? 10 million? I was going by streets, and so we did the streets, it was about 10 million.
Through the chair, very generically speaking, it'd be about
Yeah.
$10 million of capital
Yeah.
with debt service continuing over years. But
Yeah, so one of the things we can look at and some of the innovations that we can come up with and you guys meet, I think city manager has some good ideas he can bring forth. We've been talking about this for a while, and I think working together we can get through this, and like we have in the past. So unfortunately, I sit on both sides, and I see the schools. It was a good presentation, puts it in some light. There's 60 schools, and was it 25 were built before 1940, and in the 1800s. So, and the needs are great. And who knows, maybe East Middle at the same time, don't have to tear it down. Maybe we can just do a renovation there eventually as you put more money into it and over a period of time. So we did at Forest Grove, because we didn't get MSBA money, I don't think, for Forest Grove, did we? I don't remember. I know we took a loan, City Council took a loan out, I remember that.
Through the chairs, before MSBA, but it was partially funded through the school building authority.
It was, okay. I
Before then,
remember.
right.
Oh, we had a match. I thought we came up, wasn't it like a $29 million addition or something, if I remember right? That was through the MSBA then, okay. Okay. So any question, Council Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the superintendent for all of her hard work since she's come, certainly working to engage the community. We truly appreciate that. Excuse me. I know that my colleague, Councilor Russell, brought up the issue with the traffic, and I concur with him, and I'm heartened to hear that the superintendent and the city manager and others will be sitting down to address that and other issues on Thursday. So that's great that that's going to happen. One suggestion that I've made for several years, I'm a former parent of a former student from Roosevelt School, so I live in that area. One thought I had was, utilizing the front parking lots by Stop and Shop. Those parking spots are never utilized, ever. And it would really help to stage the traffic through there, because then you could utilize the light coming out onto Grafton Street. It probably would let out about 10 cars at a time, and so it wouldn't block up the entire street, and it may actually help with the traffic and movement of the street. So it's just something else to look at that may not cost anything, maybe goodwill for the property owner. And I know the students wouldn't want to walk 2 blocks, but it is a good staging area for traffic. So I look forward to seeing the results of that, what we can do to solve the traffic as well as the parking in the area. So a couple of other questions that I had. Excuse me. I know that it was also mentioned about the safety audit, and so I wonder when the public, including the council, would be able to see the results of the school safety audit.
Madam Superintendent?
Through the chair, so once we receive it, we will provide the copy to our school committee, which will then make it public.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Through the chair, do we have any idea when it would be ready? some
We
timeline?
anticipate before the end of the school year, so by June 30th. So perhaps available either at our July committee meeting or our August. We always want to make sure things are comprehensive and make sense to people when they're looking at it.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And then I noticed on page 176, there were a couple of issues regarding safety. In 2024, there was money allocated for a fire alarm replacement. And that, I can't imagine that that wouldn't come up in the safety audit. So I'm just wondering if we were anticipating that, or, and that wasn't the only one. I think there was also camera security for 2 years. There was money allocated for camera security, cameras and security, and then also, I believe, some communications, what was it, intercom system replacements. So those all look to me like they're they're safety issues.
So through the chair, those have been ongoing projects that we've been dealing as they've come up, not necessarily connected to the safety audit, but we do expect some of these to be also addressed in the safety audit when we get the findings. There'll also be, the safety audit will also go much deeper than that in terms of training, policies, practices, protocols, and so forth, and other safety-related issues in the school. So we expect it to be more comprehensive than the projects that we've been able to address to date.
Okay, thank you. And then I did notice that let's see, that there was some repairs to the front entry and driveway for Claremont in 2023. And then also in 2026 and 27, there's some paving. And actually, Lincoln Street has front parking and walkway. And I believe there was paving in another year as well. Could you kind of let us know what that entails? There are specific places that you're predicting need repaving, or?
So the Claremont driveway and walkway has been essentially unusable for the last 15 years, so it's taken us that long to get it into the capital budget. And then Lincoln Street is a replacement of that parking lot.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then on page 241, building utilities, I noticed that under fuel oil, it really, let's see, let me just make sure I get to that page here. The fuel oil, that was a decrease of 78% because of the St. Casimir's building. And so it's my understanding that you're going to be using another building that was, where is that going now, St. Casimir School? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Allen?
The chair, we're still working through the contract process, but the respondent to the RFP was at 11 McEwen Road.
Okay, all right. So what's McEwen Road? That used to be Wood a Day? Was that Wood a Day?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. So is there any, there's an increase in rent, from what I understand, based on this, of $6,000 from the current facility. And so do we estimate, do we have an estimation of the cost of the move? Any new FF&E, any repairs or upgrades that need to be done in that school?
Through the chair, we're working on the moving costs now, and the building owner is responsible for any of the building upgrades needed for us to move in.
Okay, what about FF&E?
Through the chair, I don't know that there'll be any new FF&E purchase for the school.
Okay, so you're going to just move all of the existing equipment?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And I know that rent increases based on the budget is going up to $193, $128. And that's maxing out at that for the time being, right?
What's the question?
So the cost of the rental, I believe it was $193, $128. So it increases every year for the next 3 years.
Through the chair, I have to get the exact amount for that increase, but that was the response and the only bidder to the RFP. The
Okay.
lease at St. Casimir's had expired.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. And then, let's see. Oh, I know, on page 222, line, section D, there's fuel purchased through the city of Worcester, DPW, and outside vendors now. And it's my understanding that you now have a dedicated gas station in Webster Square for your fleet. And so how much of that is that leased? And does it include the cost for the fuel? Where are you getting that from? What's the contract price? And is bidding different for the city? I know that the city has a bid, so are you getting it from the same providers
Mr. Allen?
as the city?
Through the chair, we're part of the city contract for gasoline.
Okay.
The location is 10 Pullman Street, not Webster Square.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was told it was Webster Square, so Holman Street. Thank you, I appreciate that. Had one more question. Forgive me for... Oh, yes, also on that same page, 241, under electricity, are you using, are you part of the municipal aggregation program? Is that what the savings, there was a 5% decrease in the electricity?
So,
Through the chair, we are part of the city's contract. We have net metering credits that we've been working with National Grid that we're applying to the FY24 budget.
Okay, but are you part of municipal aggregation?
Through the chair, I'll defer to the city how they purchase electricity.
yeah, we are. City is.
Okay. Well, I know the city is, but I didn't know if
That's
all
we-
the school buildings were, okay. So that answers that. All right, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Councilor Rivera?
One last question, I'm sorry. Could I get a detail, I know one of my colleagues brought up a new positions. Could we get a detailed, through the chair in order, requesting a detailed list, including salary for all administrative positions, and designating what are the new positions?
They're all in the budget, I think. in the book.
Not specific ones.
Okay.
At least tell me what page it's on, because I didn't see it. You know how we list,
There were 5 net positions, okay.
yeah, but I'd like to know what positions and what they pay, just like we list in our budget.
Councilor
you.
Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the administration. I'm really excited to see the increase regarding wraparound coordinators. I think that was definitely very needed. I know that that's something that Councilor Keene talked a lot about as well. I also want to say that I think it's definitely overdue and appreciate this administration and our city manager looking at a building maintenance plan. It's really, mind-boggling to think that we have all these buildings and there was never really a plan to look at upkeep. It's just a normal thing that we have to do. And unfortunately now, what might have needed a Band-Aid needs surgery, right? It's unfortunate, but that's that drastic level. And what we're seeing, so I'm really glad that that's finally being addressed, because that's something that's really concerning, and it's really an equity issue. You really look at Chandler Elementary in the situation that they're in right now, they're losing class time, in the transport of getting in the morning and having to go from that bus and going in over to the Y, they're losing a significant amount of class time. So I'm sure I'll definitely be looking forward to seeing kind of what the plan will be looking at in regarding to address, some of these issues. I was concerned to see the roof repair at University Park Campus School as late a date as I was laughing at me. And I don't have any kids there anymore, but it's near and dear to my heart, because I know for a fact how when it rains, it's like Niagara Falls in there. It's really pretty significant. So through the chair to the administration, to the school administration, is why when there's such a need, is this so low? Did they patch it up and we're getting by before the big roof fix, or,
Mr. Allen?
Through the chair, yes, as you recall, most of our MSBA projects before this were windows, and now we're really focusing on roof repairs. And so there's a number of schools that we've identified, including UPCS, for a roof repair. So we just have to do Band-Aids until we can submit to MSBA and be accepted in for that roof project. And so that's the same at UPCS as the other schools we've identified that need new roofs.
There's others worse than that one? That's pretty bad. I think also when we look at this is are we thinking about, when I mentioned, for example, Chandler, are we looking at growth for schools? Like Councilor Russell stated, I'm in city council. I know the mayor would always joke with me regarding school, but part of it really, honestly, in your district, your schools affect quality of life, and it's such a huge part. And so I think this is why you see this involvement from this council. But when you look at the growth in housing, and I think Councilor Toomey or someone mentioned it, I was not sure, but really looking at the growth that Canterbury, we have new housing in that area, which would be for Canterbury. We have new housing in Chandler, which is great, right? But that's gonna, inflict, and the same essence we're gonna see possibly looking at once we see some of the renovations that'll happen in Lakeside. We'll see that for Columbus. I mean, that's out of my district, but you look at, definitely some of these will be affecting Canterbury, Chandler, Woodland, and Elm Park. And so are we, especially we go to Chandler, are we prepared? Are we looking at a plan for for the growth of children coming into these schools, and it already being at full capacity?
Madam
Through the chair.
Superintendent.
Yes, Councilor Rivera, that's exactly what City Manager Batista and I have spoken about a few times, and is part of our conversation, is really taking a look at the whole city, where there is some current housing development that we know about, any potential ones that are coming, and then much future, right? And part of that is how many seats do we actually have at those schools? How many seats would it take? And then how do we prepare for it so we're not waiting until our schools are bursting?
Thank you. One of the other things that's concerning about University Park Campus, Mr. Chairman, is that UPCS is not equipped for anyone who has physical limitations, especially walking, right? If they have any type of physical limitations. So that also would affect anyone in sports that has broken any bones and having to deal with. So just something to think about as we move forward, because that's definitely an equity issue. And I understand that not just that building, but many buildings, housing all over, not just schools, but all over, we're not thinking, right, for accessibility issue, but I know that that's something that's near and dear to this council and us that we've been talking quite a bit about. And so that's something to think about. Again, some of the equity and access issues that I continue to be concerned about are playgrounds, right? We have it regarding our community health improvement plan, and really looking at that physical activity, getting outdoors. We're trying to encourage our young people, but it's kind of hard if within the schools we don't even have that capability. And so really looking at that and how we're sort of creating a plan in regards to being able to kind of have that playground or accessible. I know, for example, Woodland has a lot of limitations. They have to have like turns going out, this group can go out at this time once a day, and then they're going to be inside. It's just, that definitely is a huge equity issue. And also as we continue to talk about health, right, and share public health, is looking at that this is just only more so just kind of, how do I say, really not really pushing into this generation of like the needs to kind of be outside and fresh air and activity, not just kind of solely being inside, which is something we've talked a lot about. And so just interested in, does this budget look at, are we addressing some of those through the chair? Are we addressing some of those concerns that we're having in some of these schools? Such as like what we're seeing in Woodland.
Mr. Allen?
Through the chair of the council, as the council knows, we are working with some community organizations to look at space at Woodland. The challenge there is the lack of space to actually put a physical playground beyond what is existing for space on the footprint. There's staff parking lot that we're looking at, but that creates other traffic issues and parking issues for staff, which we're talking about at other schools. And so we're trying to come up with creative solutions to address some playground options at Woodland and similar schools like Woodland. So it's something we continue to look at, but we don't have a solution at this point in time.
Yeah, I know we've talked about it. It is kind of, I think, again, it just from at the greater scheme, these things weren't looked at when these spaces were created. And again, I think that it wasn't built with equitable lenses, with an equity lens, and that's now we're all kind of seeing the problems and ramification. I think of the same idea, looking at, I really think it's great, the expansion of what we're looking at south, that we, some of the issues that we see, like with the vocational school the technical high school, is that there's been such a shift in many students. Back in the day, people go to vocational high schools because they were looking at kind of that trade, and then it kind of just really turned, and we're looking at people going into college. And I get that some of the training that's there does, like in health sciences or in veterinary, any of the health kind of fields, you do need that continuing college education. But I think, again, looking at equity, that I think we shifted so much of that, and so I'm really glad that some of that expanded into South, and I hope that we can kind of begin to shift that and bring it back, because when we look at this shortage of the workforce, I don't think anybody's really appreciated more of the trades folks, that we have now. So I think and you can make a really good living, right? Being a plumber, you can make a really good living, being a mechanic. We heard today in the police force, like the importance of having a good mechanic. So I mean, I think it's something to look at. The other thing is in regarding equity, and again, Claremont and UPCS, those are in my district, and they're small school models, and I feel like they don't have enough of the AP that other schools have. And I'm very grateful for Clark that has really stepped up, and I think that Clark allows the young people that go to those schools the ability. But I'm wondering, has there been conversations with other colleges and how they can contribute more, almost on the same kind of level the way Clark does? I think Clark tends to have less limitations for access regarding really getting that college feel for those students. And I'm wondering, through the chair to the administration, if we've been having conversations with some of our colleges to kind of step up their game in allowing our students to be able to take classes, to give them that academic boost.
Yes, through the chair, Councilor Rivera.
Yeah.
So one of the 5 administrative positions that were funded this school year was an administrative director for college and career, whose job is to create this continuum of programs and services for our youth from the Chapter 74 CTE Voc Ed programs all the way through early college, AP, and all that full continuum. And so because we didn't have someone who that was their sole job, Rob, we had lots of kind of people doing the work but not leading the work. And so now this person, who started in March, so we just finally got this filled, is formalizing some of these agreements that have been happening, but more of happening through our principals, because a principal might know somebody, versus from the district level, because we have a clear partnership of what we're looking at, what we want for our youth, and how Worcester State can support that, how Quincy can support that, Assumption, Clark, all the different colleges in the area, Holy Cross. So we're getting all of that in place so that we have it throughout our district at our various quadrants.
Yeah, I think it's that's going to be really important. And I think that it's up to us to also have conversations with our colleges and say, I think some of them do some really good things, and others really need to step up their game here within our city. I think as we look at
access and availability, I'm just wondering also like what we're looking regarding assisting with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I say this because, you know, I want to just mention that we have a large refugee immigrant population. We're also one of the few locations that have unaccompanied refugee minors in the U.S. That being said, there's a really important, you know, many of these young people come not because they don't have the ability to succeed, it's that they haven't had that access. And I think it's really important for our schools to understand that if you actually give them an opportunity, they will fly. They will just excel. And I want to just this is my last comment. And the question is, what are we doing in regarding this? And the reason I mention is because several years ago, there was a student that went to one of our high schools, and he was a refugee. And the school, the parents called me because the school was very disheartening to them, saying, "Oh, you know, we're going to try to get him to graduate high school. He's probably going to struggle. I don't think he's going to be able to go to college. And if he does, he may be able to go to the community college, and that might be the extent." And I had the parents call me, and I said, let's move him to a different school, met with a different principal who was very open to young people just like him. And I said, I know the family, I know this student. Yes, he has some educational limitations, but it's because of not having access. You fast forward, the last, I think 2 weekends ago, he graduated from his master's at Brandeis University. And so he's from the Central Republic of Africa. And so just today I was talking with his mom and saying, you think we could invite, like he's gonna have a graduation party? And I said, do you think that we can, I'm still salty. You think we could invite the staff at that high school? But that's, again, it's already putting these labels on our kids. And I've seen this time and time again. I've seen it over and over again. And I've seen them switch from one school to another. And under the right administration, these young people like just flying, like to the level of, he went to a 4-year college with this like amazing, to Brandeis, worked, has done amazing work, has even started his own nonprofit foundation, and just graduated with his master's, having a fiance and a young child. So, I mean, it's just, and I have multiple stories like that of people who didn't give this opportunity. And so I think it's going to be really important for, we have to be able to provide the adequate service within the context of where we are in our urban complex settings, and understanding that who we're servicing. And I think that I'm hoping that this administration is really taking that to account and is going to be able to provide the proper training on diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging to our administration, to our teachers, and to our support staff. Because I think it's crucial, because our kids will be held back. If that parent did not come to me and we didn't advocate and get him switched, and that other principal willing to take him and take a chance, where would that young man be right now, right? This system would have failed, and how many have fallen through the cracks? And I have my own, stories, and so many of them that have done that. So I don't know if this is something that we are going to be emphasizing in, but I hope that that's something that, through the chair, that's something that the administration will be doing.
Thank you.
I don't know if she wanted to respond to
Oh, Councilor.
I wasn't sure.
Madam
Through the chair.
Superintendent.
First of all, thank you for sharing that story. And I could think of so many others that I'm sure that one man now represents, and so many that stand behind him. I just had so again, as part of some of these, the restructuring that I did this school year with my team, and based off of what our families told us and best practices, hired a director of family and community engagement, and then was able to restructure some additional vacancy positions to hire 2. So now we have 2 family and community engagement directors. And we hosted our first, what we called roundtable with families and community partners just last week. And in that, very early on in the conversation, they asked, what is Worcester Public Schools going to do about the needs for social justice and diversity, and really creating inclusive learning environments. And so the commitment to them and the commitment that continues is that we will continue to train up people. We, the Chief Diversity Officer position, I think, was created 2 school years ago. Does that sound right? Yes. And the focus of that position initially was really to help diversify our workforce. And that's been a lot of the work that the position has been doing. We're creating pipelines to get people into our schools that start to and eliminate barriers to getting licensure and that kind of work. Moving forward, the position, which our current administrator in that position will be retiring, and so reworking that position a little bit moving forward. We'll continue the work with diversifying our workforce. We'll let a lot of that work sit in our Human Resources Department. And so the Chief Equity Officer will be really, the term I'm using right now is this guardian of equity, to look at all of our policies, all of our practices, and make sure that we are leading through an equity lens. And as part of that, training up our staff, starting with our leaders, on what may be some unconscious biases that may exist. And so training is essential in this. What is really important also is that equity doesn't sit with just that one person. And I've said this to the school committee multiple times. And so we've got funding put aside in this current budget to support that division when the new person comes on, but we're going to let that person determine how to best use those funds, because they might decide that it needs to be maybe, again, the training comes from somebody else, or we bring in coaches. I want that person to decide what will be best. But what won't happen is that the equity person is the only one who's leading this work. So kind of a roundabout way to say we are definitely going to move forward with supporting our team on how to lead through an equity lens, creating learning environments that are welcoming to all of our families. And then when we have practices or policies that unintentionally create barriers, we're going to fix those.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by saying, your last comments are certainly music to my ears as a counselor when we think about issues of equity, and systemic challenges. We know that what happens in the schools impacts us out here in the city. One of the things I've advocated for years is around the mental health supports for our students. Everyone knows I'm a frontline child protection social worker over 20 plus years, and I work directly with that population. I've had a number of good experiences with Worcester Public Schools and challenging, always areas to improve upon. I say that with every department, and I'm often more interested in where we can improve, but nonetheless, a lot of good positive responses to youth who are challenged and dealing with trauma and life in so many ways. I wanted to begin by talking a little bit about any cost savings that were realized. So I know when we talked about bringing the buses internally, there was an anticipated cost savings realized. I'm just wondering, has that been quantified? Has that actually occurred? To what degree is there a projection as relates to the buses and the busing?
Mr. Allen?
Through the chair. So we are realizing about $3.5 million a year savings in transportation. Some of those savings have been put back into the transportation department to improve services for families and students. So we're spending less on transportation, but providing a better product to our families.
Yeah, it's great to hear. I mean, one of the things we've talked about on this council floor is how our schools are an economic driver for this city. And to have that sort of reliability and increase in accessibility is important for our parents and our guardians and our kids. If it's them getting to a second job or to an internship, or folks just being able to get home and their families having peace of mind as they work 1, 2, 3, who knows how many jobs to make ends meet. 3.5 million, that's great. Looking forward to you guys really being able to experience that. The other question I have in terms of cost savings realized, my daughter's a student over at Chandler Magnet, dual language program. It's a great program there. My wife's family is from the island of Puerto Rico, and is such a great opportunity. And I know we talked a little bit earlier about St. Casimir's moving from their current situation, which they've been for quite some time, and we know La Familia and Chandler are merging. So I'm just wondering, is there any cost savings that you guys have calculated as it relates to that merger? Through the chair.
Madam Superintendent, Mr. Allen?
Through the chair, if we just look at that in isolation, we obviously saving the lease cost, and we're saving the cost of a principal. That's generally the 2 areas of cost savings.
Thank you. The ADA upgrades. I know I know Councilor Russell and I have been part of the Vernon Street Schools meetings over the years. That's one of the schools, but there's a number of schools where that challenge and upgrades are necessary. It sounds like you guys, your administration through the chair and the school committee is effectively managing that to the best possible. If there's one thing that I've taken from all of today's comments and kind of what's been going on in the schools is, the comments about the importance of equity. We talked earlier about not getting the proper funding based on the demographics and the numbers that we serve. That's a systemic inequity. And to rectify those sorts of things, it requires legislation, federal support, and it also requires state support, and it requires municipal and school committee advocacy. I think we saw that merging during the Student Opportunity Act that has resulted in funding. And where I'm going with this is I support the Fair Share Amendment back in 2012 when I was running for state representative against my good friend Dan Dunn, who beat me very soundly. And very happy that that has morphed into the millionaire's tax. And they're talking about potentially $1.5 to $2 billion generated specifically for public education and transportation. I'm just wondering through the chair, and this could be to our administration or whomever, is there any sort of calculus going on with respect to that? That has passed. It's in its early stages. And I'm wondering if there's any calculus or if there's any sort of strategy currently in play. And if not, what we anticipate the strategy would be for the city side and the school side, to advocate and ensure that we have access as a city of Worcester, given our challenges, to that funding. I don't know if there's parameters about who gets what. I haven't delved that deeply into it recently. But is there an overall strategy on the city side through the chair as it relates to advocacy for that number, for those monies, if there's any sort of projected amount that we might be anticipating through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council. Currently, right now, there's no current strategy in place, but that would be a conversation that the administration will be in discussions through the year in partnership with the schools as we discuss some of the needs, capital needs that the school has. So part of our initial kind of conversation will involve also talking about what are those resources that are available and how do we start looking at that, not only locally, but also statewide.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you know, we've heard a little bit tonight about the 3.5 million in capital projects. We know, if you read through here, about the increase in funding through the Student Opportunity Acts. I think we're in phase 3, I believe. Could be wrong. I think it's a 6-year phasing. The ESSER funds, the city's contributions increasing, and we still have so many needs. And I think it's incumbent upon us to do, and I want to give kudos to the superintendent, to city manager, to the mayor, to the school committee, and to this council, because there are times where we have to intersect to advocate for our kids. You know, and these are a couple of examples legislatively of how we as two separate bodies of leadership can do exactly that. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there. I appreciate the prioritizing of the expansion of the preschools, early childhood programs with the funding from the Student Opportunity Act. And I want to give kudos to Yvonne Perez with diversity work that she's done. She along with Derek Leader, who has passed away, and Will Mosley, has met with Black families together for 2 years, numerous meetings. And I know Black Families Together has worked with folks as well to increase funding and clinical and clerical support for those positions. My question to the chair is, could you share a little bit about, you mentioned the diversity and equity work that's being done. What sort of staffing cost will there be for that position? I know you said you're waiting to see how things play out with the new equity officer, but is there any allotted money in this budget for that position through the chair?
Madam Superintendent?
Yeah, we were conferring. So there, right now, we have budgeted for 4 additional positions, coaches, that is estimated about $350,000. Again, we're not going to fill those. We're going to let that person come in, but that's what we're budgeting for.
Of course, thank you. You know, it's something I ask of every department. I know I'm not on the school committee, but equity is something that's so important for so many reasons, for job prospects of our residents and my constituents, as well as, you know, for the kids and the teachers to have a holistic educational experience. You know, again, expanding the social and emotional learning is important. You know, hearing that there's wraparound coordinators going to be at almost all of our schools or all of them is largely important. And I wanted to speak a little bit about the expansion of the administrative positions. We spoke a little bit earlier about inequities, and that requires a systemic response in addition to those frontline educators that are working. You know, the one thing I heard over the years from folks when it comes to the public health issues relating to youth is that we need more resources. So outside of the schools, we know the wait lists for clinical resources, therapists, clinicians, referrals is years, months. It's uncanny. We've lost Burncoat Family Services here. We've lost substance abuse programming for our adolescents at Grace House. You know, the mayor program was cut in half. All sorts of challenges as it relates to our youth, and it becomes a public health issue when those needs aren't being met. So it's good to see nurses, psychologists, all of those things. And we look at those infrastructure around the Director of Climate and Culture, the Dean of Students, Chief Diversity, HR, additional HR workers, coping positions, coping room positions. All those things impact the public health ultimately outside of the schools. I wanted to just recognize that. That's a result of this administration and the school committee. That's where that comes from. So kudos to both entities. Wanted to make sure I said that as well. You know, I'm glad to hear the vocational workforce piece. You know, on the city side, we try to do a lot of work on workforce development, partnering with different groups. You know, and to be quite frank with you, Worcester Voc, as I call it, the vocational school, Worcester Tech. Essentially became, for me, a prep school. Very difficult to get in, and this school committee really rolled up their sleeves and continue to make sure that there's access and opportunity for everybody and for kids that are going to stay in that profession. So I want to give kudos to that as well. Question I have through the chair regarding funding is related to Rec Worcester. So I know the city used to fund that, I believe, completely. I could be wrong. That's my recollection, with earmarks that were secured by Senator Chandler. And then there was a shift a couple of budgets ago, I believe, to where the school side took on that internally inside of their budget and released the city from some of that. So through the chair, if you could just tell me, is my recollection correct? And if so, what was that funding change? I don't know if the administration has that information. I'm just wondering what that amount is and, excuse me, how that impacted the budget.
Through the chair, and this occurred basically before my time. It was right as I was coming on.
Yeah.
But what happened was the Worcester Public Schools provided support for Rec Worcester programs that were going on within their facilities. So they'd provide either janitorial assistance or whatever coverage that was required to host those programs. So I believe that's the number that's had been carried within the Worcester Public Schools budget. But the funding for the programmatic elements themselves came from the city or from associated earmarks and the like.
And then that stopped at some point through the chair, or am I wrong?
Through the chair, I think during the
reduced?
pandemic that changed. Since Rec Worcester was occurring virtually and no longer within facilities, I think the model changed.
Is there a number associated with that through the chair? That change?
Mr. Allen?
On the school side, I think it was 100,000 that we had allocated.
Okay, and currently?
I don't believe that we are allocating funds.
You know, I'm not sure what happened with the earmarks through the chair to the administration for this particular program. I know we used to get hundreds and hundreds of thousands. I don't know if it was 500, 400, I don't remember. But if you recall, I'm just wondering if you could share what happened with that funding that we used in support of the schools through the chair to the administration.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the counselor. Like I mentioned when HHS was here during our budget session, currently right now, in the last couple of years, we've received about $200,000 to $250,000 in earmarks. Their initial request was $400,000,
right?
And we received $400,000 the first few years. This current year, we're asking again for another $400,000. But again, at the end of the day, the earmark can come a lot less than that. We're hoping that it comes at 400 and it will remain at 400. One of the changes that happened in not only the pandemic, but also changes in the Department of Youth, there's been some changes in terms of staffing, turnover of staffing. Also, there was a big change in terms of leadership with an unfortunate accident that the leadership had. And so that took an approach where we kind of took a step back to kind of really focus our efforts on trying to sustain and support what we currently were doing and serving. We expanded too fast, too quickly, without the right proper structure in place. And so what I asked the youth office was to take a step back. Let's create the right structure. Let's put the right funding and resources behind it. And that's what was proposed in this budget for staffing increases and restructuring of that, so that we can then be prepared and be better equipped to provide the services that we need, not only in the parks, but also eventually in the after-school programs.
Thank you. So through the chair to the administration, so we do anticipate some sort of intersection during next school year through the chair. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Manager?
Currently, right now, we're focused on the summer. We haven't made a determination of what the school year will look like, but that's something that will be in conversations with the superintendent as well, with Dr. Monarez, and also our youth office in terms of what the needs are and how we can continue to provide some support. But at the end of the day, we're also looking at what our capacity in terms of the youth office is to provide that service in the after schools.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I did have a question through the chair regarding the safety audit. And I'll preface it by saying, there's always been a lot of concern about school safety. We've had a number of school shootings over the recent memory. When I first came into social work, was right around the time of the Columbine shootings back in the day. And there was an intense response where we had the zero tolerance policy came from and local laws. I can't remember the law, whatever it is. I know that there was a safety audit when I first ran back in it might have been second term, 17, 18, 19, 20, something like that, that was completed. And I'm just wondering through the chair, what happened with that audit? I know that there was perhaps some money set aside then as well. Through the chair to the administration, what happened with that prior safety audit that happened a couple of years ago? Through the chair.
Mr. Allen?
Through the chair, so the recommendations were not adopted, which is really one of the reasons that we really need to re-engage the process and the audit that's ongoing at this point.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'll give kudos for the clinical support. We know that when it comes to these sorts of school shootings and things, the research is extremely clear that the most effective thing we do is prevention. Make sure we have the clinical supports in place, because what do you always hear? That particular person, there were red flags. Even going back to the past administration prior to the superintendent, there was the beginning of a push to make sure we had that clinical support to head things off. I think the challenges around, the clinical resources that are available, and I know that there was a pilot some time ago for a private clinical therapeutic entity, I don't remember the name of it, that would come in and help out with the schools. Is that still in place? Is there funding allotted for that through the chair?
So we, through the chair, we are currently contracting with, I believe there are four different providers that are offering services. We focused on our secondary schools this school year. We're using ESSER funds for that, and ESSER will be provided for next year as well for the same. Then we'll have to find, but then SOA can come into play, so it'll give us an opportunity to, as the phase-in comes. So the answer is yes.
Thank you. We're in the midst of a mental health crisis in terms of resources for our youth and for our adults. And my question through the chair to the city administration is there some sort of way that on the city side we can resource or find further grants for mental health matters? The school's doing their thing. They're contracting with 4 different agencies, I guess, with ESSER, which is time-limited funding. But this is really a public health issue. I'm just wondering, is there any sort of public health resourcing that we're looking to for the mental health of our youth in the community through the chair in terms of funds?
Through the chair to the council, we've used ARPA dollars to be able to do that. We currently had an RFP out for community agencies to provide mental health services related to those ARPA dollars. We also committed, this council committed $1 million to support the crisis response team, which is part of our mental health efforts here in the city. And then there's significant work around the SSYI and Shannon dollars that are specifically to youth, especially delinquent youth, on the SSYI end. And then Shannon, which has some preventative measures, some intervention work as well. And so those numbers there offer support and for all of that, for all of those efforts, including our young people. And one of the things that we fund quite a bit, which I think is a big preventative tool, is Rec Worcester in itself. Rec Worcester is a tool that, and it's a program that we have developed. This council has supported over the years. I was actually one of the developers of that program initially, before we hired Raquel to lead that office. So I know how important that preventative work is to make sure that our young people need the support so that they can be successful in the later years.
Thank you. And my question through the chair to the city administration: how many dollars are we actually providing over the required amount that we need to provide when you take into account the loans that we're paying on, the increase in the SOA funding this year, the local contribution, I know we had money for not just the debt service, but OPEB contributions, utility support. I know we talked about $3 million for Foley Field. Is there a round number you can give me that the city's doing as it relates to those sorts of monies that my understanding don't count against, in some instances, don't count against the formula, through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Tim?
Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, so in FY '24, our required contribution is $120 million. The actual contribution the city is making is $138 million. That does not include the debt service cost, which you mentioned, which is about $15 million. It does not include kind of the imputed OPEB contribution, the component that the city puts into OPEB that all employees, city and schools, would benefit from in the long run. So there's not one clean number, but from when you look at it from a number of different perspectives, the actual contribution is upwards of I'd say upwards of 30 million above the required contribution. But because of the net school spending calculation,
Correct.
that number this year is expected to be about 1.5 million above required net school spending. So there's two different ways and definitions you have to look at when it comes to the city's contribution to the schools.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, I know that when I first came on the council, the former city manager would dedicate X amount of dollars over the required amount. And I know that there was a shift. It might have been including, I don't know if it was Rec Worcester or what it was, but that was something he hung his hat on my first couple of terms. Through the chair to the administration, are you familiar with that?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I am familiar. There were a number of years where previous administration committed whether it was $1 million or $2 million above what was required at the time, based on the needs of the school and based on the availability of funds and resources the city had at the time.
Thank you. And in terms of free cash, I know that in the past we've also given additional dollars over to the city, so I can recall them purchasing books and things of that nature when this council voted to take a portion after we dealt with our obligations based on our formula. When was the last time we did that sort of thing? Do we know, through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, we just did it recently. I want to say October, November. A few months ago, we gave just about close to $1 million.
Okay. And once that goes over, the school committee figures out what to do with that. Is that how that works, through the chair?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. I'm gonna close with a kudo and a comment. A kudo goes to middle school sports, something that I pushed for a long time ago, and the city was able to work with the school side, and the school committee took it from there and increased the funding. I was happy to see there's 10 new coaches that are going to be assigned. We know that research shows that for young women, this is hugely important in terms of their academic achievement, their social emotional standing and status, and for all kids in general. As a former college athlete and coach, I know the importance of that firsthand, and I'm glad to see that this administration is moving that forward. It's extremely important to see that. What I see is the city has a lot of competing priorities. There's only so many slices to the pie. We have the Roosevelt School situation. Mr. Chairman, I know there was a couple of orders today. I believe they're replication of the orders that I filed on council. But I think the key is the communication is there. And it's a matter of navigating our way through this. On the city side, we have our challenges with funding for potholes, for roads, public health, public safety. We have challenges with our homeless population. And we have an influx of developers and students and new residents. And it's a challenge. They say more money, more problems. We certainly have more money coming into the city in some spaces, but it's causing more problems. So I appreciate the leadership. I look forward to, I was able to sit in on the joint committee or the education committee here in the city, chaired by Tony Nguyen, on Monday. And I'm looking forward to see how we can all do better together, Mr. Chairman. That was the spirit of the orders that I put forward regarding the Roosevelt matter, because we know what that situation, I think it's unique, Mr. Chairman. I think that Roosevelt is unique when I think about all the schools I've worked in, not for, but in, as a social worker, and continue to do so. When you look at Route 122, you have that issue. You have businesses, in and out entry points and enter and exits of driveways, well down the road from the school. It requires that we take a look and that we ask, and we did that as a body, and supporting Councilor Toomey and Councilor Russell's efforts to make change there, so we don't have another tragedy. But I appreciate the work that you're doing. I look forward to the continued work of the administration, the school committee, the mayor, and the manager as we move forward. It's great work on this budget, and I'm happy that we're moving in the right direction with the social emotional support. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we're all set. I just want to thank the superintendent, Mr. Allen, for Deputy Superintendent Allen, for being here tonight. And it goes a long ways. It can be a long night to understand where your issues are, where the council is, and especially if we can get some more money from the council. And I just want to commend the superintendent and the reorganization. I'm not going to call it reorganization, but the infrastructure. The infrastructure you're putting in place for the future of our kids, and it means a lot to me. And I've seen what you've done, and I think you're doing the right thing. And so it's a pleasure to have you as our superintendent. And welcome to the first of many budget hearings in your future in the city of Worcester. Thank you. And I mean many. Okay, thank you. With that, a motion to approve. Motion to approve, roll call.
Motion to approve.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.A.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose? Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. With that, we have a motion to adjourn.
So, Mr. Mayor, we're going to just hold 7A for the next meeting, and then we can adjourn.
When's the next meeting?
Just hold 7A, which is the actual.
Oh, I'm sorry.
line item
Yes, so,
budget.
yep, we're going to hold 7A for the next meeting, which is the budget, and for the capital and the regular budget. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman, Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor G.I.
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Carlson, Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera, Councilor Rose, Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, good job tonight, Nico.
Motion to adjourn.